when Ken Buck voted to oust McCarthy, which I still think and hold steady was a big mistake. Republicans look like a complete clown show. Here we are, the world is on fire. Our debt is skyrocketing. Ukraine is at war. We have Americans being held hostage by Hamas. Israel depends on America for its very existence. We have a budget showdown again in just a few weeks. And they yank out McCarthy. But they do what Republicans always do. They go charging into a fight, knowing what they're against, but not knowing what they're for. So there's not a plan of who's going to replace them. And I wonder sometimes if it's not described as the evil party versus the stupid party, as it is the smart party versus the angry party. That is, Democrats know how to work the levers of government. They know how to manipulate. We're talking so much about Proposition HH and proof of how they lied on the ballot. How they were able to fib in the Channel 4 story, and what we did to expose it made it absolutely, positively clear. Will it be enough to get voters to say no? We'll see. But the anger, so kicking Ken Buck out of his office, evicting him out of his office, what does it do? So now Buck's got to go find some other office in the middle of all this. I guess you can do that. It's a free country, and if that's in the lease, that he can be evicted, I'd like to see the lease, to be honest. I guess you can do it, but towards what purpose? Wasn't there a time you could have these disagreements, be passionate about those disagreements, and still work together? Hey, check out my TV program tonight on Channel 12 in Devil's Advocate, 8:30 p.m. You can always check it out online at IITV, which is on the YouTube channel, IITV. Check out thinkfreedom.org. Sign up for our newsletter. And wherever you go, think freedom.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but I still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Upgrade your home with Lifetime Windows and Siding today and experience the ultimate in quality and savings. Featuring top-of-the-line Infinity from Marvin Windows, Lifetime offers only the best for your home. Right now, buy one window and get another 50% off with no payments for 2 years. Plus, Lifetime's industry-leading Lifetime Cares commitment protects your investment for the long haul. Transform your home today with the experts you can trust. Call 720-740-8064 or visit lifetimewindows.com.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now, here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Hi, Todd Cicchini, Done Right Windows and Doors. What's better than finally getting those old, ugly, drafty windows and doors replaced? What's better than finally being able to truly enjoy our Colorado beauty through crystal clear glass? What's better than finally being able to open your windows and doors with ease? And finally, what's better than getting all that beauty done right with top quality products by Provia, installed by our own top quality employees, not subcontractors? Dad?
Well, folks, this is Dan Cicchini, and what's better than all of that? Taking advantage of our financing specials. 18 months, no interest, or spread it out over a longer time. You can finally get them done now, with approved credit, of course. Call us for the details and set up your own rock-solid quote. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
It's a warm one for your Friday. Temperatures today in the mid-80s. 83 degrees your high in Denver, and that would tie the record. Plenty of sunshine and light wind. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Do you ever feel like you need a break from the madness, but you still want to stay informed and you want to learn new things? Why don't you give Red Pilled America a try? A good old-fashioned storytelling show. Listen to Red Pilled America anywhere you get podcasts. Red Pilled America. Storytelling that doesn't weigh you down.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. A major funding request for Congress from President Biden asking for $14 billion in aid for Israel and another $60 billion for Ukraine in its fight against Russia. That as new Israeli airstrikes hit Gaza this morning, while the militant group Hezbollah has fired rockets back into Israel.
These missile launches come as the U.S. is bolstering its firepower in the region, a second carrier strike group soon joining U.S. warships already in the Mediterranean, and additional fighter aircraft also being sent, all meant as a deterrent. The Houthi rebel leader had just warned the U.S. last week against intervening in the Hamas-Israeli conflict, threatening missile and drone strikes.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. Meantime, truckloads of humanitarian aid being held up at the Gaza border with Egypt. On Capitol Hill, ousted House Speaker Kevin McCarthy nominating Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan for the job ahead of a third vote. This is ABC News. The Army private who fled into North Korea over the summer is in U.S. military custody and facing multiple charges, including desertion and assault. North Korea released 23-year-old Travis King in December, and he was returned to Texas. The AP reports he's facing 8 counts, including possessing sexual images of a child. Maryland police have named a suspect in last night's murder of a circuit court judge. ABC's Jim Ryan has details.
His name is Pedro Argote. He's 49 and may be driving a Mercedes SUV. He had a hearing before Judge Andrew Wilkinson Thursday morning related to his divorce. Less than 12 hours later, Wilkinson was lying in his driveway in Hagerstown, Maryland, suffering from gunshot wounds that would prove fatal. Now police are searching for Pedro Argote.
About 61,000 gun safes with fingerprint-activated locks are being recalled. A lawsuit claims a 12-year-old boy died after getting into a safe made by Fortress. Rena Roy, ABC News.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes, and you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio pre-diabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A Brighton High School student in custody after police say he brought a gun to school Thursday. School staff received a report of a student in possession of a firearm. The school was placed on lockdown. Police arrived at the school, began a search of the building where they quickly located the student and found a gun inside his bag. The student was arrested and the lockdown lifted. RTD's Zero Fare for Better Air initiative increased ridership. During July and August, when there were no fares for bus and rail service, there were 1.1 million more riders than during the same period last year, an increase of 10%. Ridership during those 2 months, the highest since before the pandemic. Today's unseasonably warm weather could tie or set a record.
I've got Denver at 83 degrees, and that would tie the record. So it's going to be a warm one, about 20 degrees above average. Overnight, mid-40s, and then we do cool down slightly. Still warm for the weekend in the mid-70s, with more of a cool down, 50s and 60s on the way for next week.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burtz. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Boost Infinite.
Pretty easy drive throughout the Denver metro area as we start the 10 o'clock hour. 1 incident south of downtown. I-25 southbound. A new crash approaching Colorado Boulevard. No word of lane blockage. We're seeing slow traffic back from Downing. Closer to downtown, I-70 westbound. Watch out for your usual stop and go between Colorado and York Street. And heading to DIA I-70 eastbound, some slower speeds between Havana and Pena Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. Sunny skies out there today with a high of 83 degrees. Starting to cool down incrementally throughout the rest of the week. Overnight low of 44, tomorrow high 77. The current temperature is 63 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hey, if you're thinking of getting the latest iPhone, you need to stop and check out the wireless offer from Boost Infinite. For more, just pick up your phone and dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. That's pound 250 and Boost Infinite. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dialed text message from this station's network.
Imagine selling your home and getting paid twice. Sound good? But how's that even possible? To sell your home and get paid twice? You can do it with Orchard. It's simple. Orchard makes you a solid cash offer on your home. If you agree, boom, here's your cash for your next home. Orchard handles everything from there, including paint, repair, list, and show your home. And if your old home sells for more than Orchard offered you, you get the upside cash. That bears repeating. When your old home sells for more than Orchard offered you, you get that money too. You get paid twice. And that happens 97% of the time with Orchard. With so many home buying companies trying to lowball you, Orchard pays you the upside when your old home sells for more. Want to get paid twice when you sell your home? I know I would.
Yes.
Learn how to get paid twice and get a free valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Oh,
Orchard.com.
that tradition.
Because inflation still sucks. You could win $1,000.
Thank you so much.
Inflation Salvation. 9 chances a day to win $1,000. Listen weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. on Denver's Talk Station 630 KHOW. Presented by Wind River Spas.
When you build and price a Wind River Spa, our team gets to work. Designers draft plans, engineers run tests, and our factory puts it all together. The spa you want is the spa we build. Wind River Spas, built in Colorado for Colorado.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
20 Republicans.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We're here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, make your life a little easier. It's car day today, which means we talk cars, but we talk anything on your mind. Phone calls take precedent, but we have our car experts, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We have Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. And I like to tell you about Water Pros. Let me just explain this to you, okay? You want the best water systems at the lowest prices, waterpros.net. It's that simple, okay? My drinking water and coffee water and, everything I use water for, I couldn't have better water, better tasting. I have stopped buying bottled water completely. 303-862-5554. Let's go to the phones and see what we can do for you. I'm going to start out with Cody. Now, Cody, you say we met. I probably told you to call me and refresh my memory, sir. What is going on, Cody?
Hey, Tom. Yeah, so we met at the Botanical Gardens.
Did we meet during the bulb sale?
Yeah, their bulb sale, their annual bulb sale.
We should tell people about that. I'm going to lose my man card, man. I'm already getting... okay, so anyway, I was with my wife. I plead the fifth. Anyway, so you mentioned something. Explain the situation.
So my situation, I had a pristine e-bike that I had just got from my sister. She was too big for her, so what I had to do, I just wanted to bring it to the manufacturer, which was Fatty Bikes, and
it's called Fatty Bikes, as in opposite of skinny.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay, I mean that's what it's called, a fatty bike.
Yeah, a fatty.
Okay,
bike. So it was a big bike. It was too big for her, so she.
Is the brand name Fatty?
Yes, FATTE Bikes.
Okay, so go ahead. What about it?
So I dropped my bike off there just to get like a tune-up.
And where are they located?
They're located off 8th Avenue, kind of in the Meow area, I would say, of Denver. Like
okay.
A newer area.
And is the shop a Fatty shop, or is it just a regular bike shop?
It is a Fatty shop. It's the manufacturer of the bike.
All right. And what did they do wrong?
I actually dropped my bike off there just for a tune-up. He let me know it was going to be a little bit, and I was fine with that. He gave me a call about 2 weeks after I had dropped it off.
How old is this bike?
This bike's about 2 years old.
Okay, I see what you mean by a tune-up. Okay, so keep going.
Yeah, tune-up. So I dropped it off. He gave me a call about 2 weeks later. I was super excited. He called me and he said that he had some bad news, and I asked him what was going on, and he said that my bike was recently stolen from his property.
Well, hold on. How is that? Don't they keep I would assume they're keeping these bikes inside.
Right, exactly. When I dropped my bike off there, I felt like he was going to take care of my bike.
Okay, here's the deal. There's something called bailment that you create. I'm going to talk to the car guys here today. When they take a car and they take your keys, there's two ways to take their keys. One is they create a bailment, meaning we're responsible for your car. The other way is we're not responsible for your car. Now, what creates bailment? If they create it, if they say to you, we're going to keep your car inside, give me the keys, blah, 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 or a locked yard or something like that. And the only time they would be responsible, if I broke in to Kevin Calkins or Jeff Vick's garage, broke the garage door down or pulled it down with a pickup truck or whatever and stole a car, they're technically not responsible. Or if I pulled down their fence or did something like that. If it's parked outside and I go and take the car, not responsible. They are responsible if they left the key in the car or if they left the door open or if they did something stupid. Now, garage keepers, I'm not sure how they handle it, but I want to take this because it's kind of similar. Kevin, with garage keepers, if a car was stolen out of your garage, would it cover that customer's car?
Out of the garage itself, it might.
It might. Have you ever had
I've
anything
never
like
had one like that. Out of the parking lot, they've been declined.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Jeff, what about you?
No, and I believe actually even out of the garage, if it was a forced entry, it's still not going to be covered.
Because it's a crime.
Sure.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Correct.
Now, did these people do something wrong? Bikes are a little different. I mean, for God's sake, you're not going to leave the bike outside. Mm-hmm. That bike had to have been inside. The question is, did they steal a bunch of bikes and break down the windows? They're not responsible for that. How was this theft or this burglary? Explain the circumstances around it.
So with the burglary, they claimed that they did not have any cameras. They had the garage door broken down.
Okay, so their garage door was broken down. How many bikes were taken?
He did not tell me.
Okay, did you get a police report?
I had 3 case numbers. Apparently, they were broken into 3 times that week.
Okay. Did they do anything negligent?
They, no, not that I know of, and that was the first time it was stolen. So
wait, hold on. You had your bike stolen more than once?
More than once out of the shop.
But I need to know how that happens. So help me out here. So you have your bike at the shop. They call you 2 weeks later and say, Cody, your bike was stolen. Did they get it back?
Correct, yeah. So I let them know.
How'd they get it back? I need to go through Go ahead.
So I had an AirTag on my bike.
And they found it?
Yeah, so I was tracking it. I was kind of helping him find it. He was going to...
Did the police find it or this guy found it?
This guy, the owner of the shop.
When the owner of the shop found it, he stole it back?
He stopped the guy who had it. The guy, he had I have pictures of all of
was the guy arrested?
He wasn't. He said that there was nothing that he could do, and he had to wait for the cops, and the cops weren't willing to come.
So the guy ran away or what?
He just let the bike, he let the guy go, and he took the bike.
Okay. Then he brings the bike back to the shop. And how long after was it stolen again?
About, I would say, the next day. He called me the next day. And was
the next day says, by the way, your bike was stolen again.
Correct.
And then how did he get it back that time?
So he never returned the bike to me at that point. At that point, I still had my AirTag on it, and I was just following the location of where it was at. Ended up going to the Highlands and then chained to a stop sign. So
you found it?
Correct, yeah. So we went and picked up the bike, and I didn't want it to go back to the shop.
So what did you do then?
We brought it home, and I just wanted to fix my bike, so I was just trying to find a bike. I was trying to communicate with the owner.
Well, how was it stolen 3 times? That's the part I'm not getting now.
Well, the second time, and so...
Oh, so it wasn't... Okay, it was stolen 2 times from the shop.
Correct.
Got it. Now, but they were broken into 3 times.
That's what they were saying, yeah.
Okay, keep going. So what do you think?
So I brought my bike back to them. I didn't have a battery. I didn't have... my bike was completely... It was a mess. It was worse than what I brought it to them. So I brought
it was worse because the guy that stole it stripped it, or what?
There were marks all over it. My alignment was off. There was no battery.
So you took it back after the second theft because you wanted it fixed?
Yes, correct. So I never actually brought it back. I just wanted a battery so then I could just go to another bike shop.
You just wanted them to replace the stuff that was taken.
Right, exactly.
And what did he say about that?
He was very hesitant. He told me that we don't have any batteries right now. You had the big batteries.
Can I ask you something? Why do you feel they're responsible? And I'm not saying they're not. I'm exploring this. Because, listen, I would feel the same way as you, but it's not always correct. So, Why did you feel they were responsible?
I felt like they were responsible just for the second time.
Why?
They had me wait over 90 days for a new battery, and the new battery never came. He kept offering me a
why?
used battery.
Okay, I'm still. So he is willing to give you a battery.
Correct.
And so that's a foregone. He will get you a battery. And is that what you're calling about now? The battery did not come in?
Yeah, so he eventually gave me a battery. It was a used battery, but the battery that he gave me was not holding a charge.
Okay.
As to the battery that I had prior was holding a charge.
So where does it stand today? Is it that you need to get a battery? Is that what you're calling about?
I need to get a battery. I would like a tune-up, and then I had a $75 premium seat on my bike that was actually stolen as well.
What do you mean premium fee? What does that mean? Seat. Listen,
Yeah, seat, like
okay, Cody, I got bad news for you. I don't think they owe you anything.
Yeah.
But now that doesn't mean they shouldn't. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know, man. Like, it's like such a pain in the ass when this happens.
Right.
The guy was broken into. Now, the second time, can you make the argument that he should have done something differently the second time? What did he... Tell me where they broke in the second time.
From what I was told, is it was the same garage. They broke into the same garage.
Could he have done... Did he have a security system?
He does not have a security system. He had low security, no cameras, and it happened again... Or they were broken into a third time after my bike I never brought back.
Golly. Where are they located?
They are on, let me see where.
Criminal Avenue.
Yeah, Criminal Avenue. I know they're doing a lot of construction in that area in Denver.
Gosh, but it just doesn't sound right to me. I hate telling you they're not responsible. Do you think it's not an inside job because the guy went out and found the bike, right? So it's not somebody who works for him. I can't believe police would not respond to this guy.
Well, they eventually responded, and we actually became into contact with them. So we were talking with them.
Was anyone ever charged, by the way, ever?
No.
Isn't that funny how Denver is this crime haven? I swear to God, it's top 10 crime, by the way, just so you know. Aren't we proud? Yeah.
I know, right?
Yep. Oh, man.
Let's see. They are like, what is it? Alameda and like South Platte River.
Okay, right downtown. Right?
Yeah.
Is that right down?
That's down by the river. A lot of homeless.
Down by the river.
There. Yep.
Okay, listen. Here's what we're going to do. Look at. We'll call over there to see if what they're willing to do, not what they have. Well, we're not going to say they don't have to, but let's just.
Hey, somewhere he's got to have some liability, though. I mean, this is a recurring thing.
I mean, that's what we have to explore.
Yeah.
You know, you might even want to take them to small claims court, but before you do that, let's call over there. Hey, who should we give this to, Kachina? I don't know who we assigned last for what, or what should we do here?
The last person that we assigned something like this to was Deputy Doc, so he's got a few new cases. But Smarty Marty might be able to...
Yeah, let's talk to Smarty, see if he can talk him into something. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, LazyDaysRV.com, they bought Century RV. We still have the same great people up there at I-25 and exit 240.
His name's
That's
Marty.
Lazy Days RV.
He has an out-of-state phone
so
number.
You can
so
get your new and used RV, and they have a great service facility now open to anyone.
A little bit more
and it's exit 240 along Frontage Road. Lazy Days RV, formerly Century RV.
Okay, I'm going to go
Hey,
ahead
it's
and
Ross
send this over to
Kaminsky
him,
for
and
Regen
he'll
Revolution, which you've known for years as Downtown's Healthcare. Regen Revolution takes a whole body approach to treating arthritis and joint pain, which is why I went to them to treat my shoulder, which has been getting worse for years to the point where it hurt most of the time. And even though I'm only a few weeks into treatment, I'm already feeling better. Regen Revolution are experts in regenerative medicine, and many treatments are covered by insurance. Get started today at RegenRev, that's REGENREV.com.
You know, Harris Family Law is our Go to
prison guy.
expert law firm for expert information. They have a battery of attorneys. And you know, a lot of attorneys are good with family law because they all have their own specialties and can help you tremendously with every aspect of a divorce. But what I also like is they do unbundled services. So if you just need one part of the divorce handled, they can do that for you too. HarrisFamilyLaw.com, 303-515-5000.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday.
Hi, is this Michael? Michael, hi, this is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. Hi, and you have, you reached out to us with an issue with breaking your lease? Okay, perfect. I have an open line right now, so I'm going to go ahead and put you in the queue, and Tom will be with you momentarily, okay? Hang on.
What is your programming outfit charge you, Jeff, for Nissan transmission? You know, like a box tranny to put in and just flash.
135.
Really? That's cheap. That's good. So I just got in an argument.
I wonder why turbo oil is so much more expensive. What is about fucking turbine oil? I just don't understand it.
It's just different.
God, that poor dude who called up.
Maintain the
I can't even believe there are still people like this in the world. He had no
a lot of the transmission
smartphone, no computer.
Yeah, we're seeing that in the auto industry.
If he does need a computer, he has to go to the library, which is 20 miles each direction, so 40-mile round trip. All he has is a landline.
I don't know what's, you know, I will never not
I mean,
put
like,
it in there,
I
but
didn't
sure.
know that people like this still existed, but I guess they do.
I worked for the host ones that still had flip phone. He was a very old guy.
Wow.
But he had a computer.
What viscosity was it?
He would email. You know what I mean? It wasn't that.
It's very light
bad
and
as that,
clear,
though.
and I don't know. I
mean, this guy had no email address, no smartphone, no way to email, no way to. It's like, dude.
Oh my gosh.
You got to come into the 21st century, you know?
Oh, I can buy a 50-gallon.
It's not going to be easy for you to communicate in this day
that
and
would
age.
last me more than I'm alive. But that's $5,600.
I know.
But here, I'm
glad for him.
I don't see any specs.
He was a little bit south of normal. He was trying to tell me that there was a terrorist cell in his city, and that's what he wanted to talk to John Caldera about. So I'm like, okay, well, go ahead and call that number and see if you can get a hold of somebody. But I gotta go.
If you do it annually or time.
You scare me.
Time, I think, is 100 hours or so. So here's the deal. It's like pure, and I've never added it ever.
That's good.
But I guess they're not like regular engines. There's not a lot of places for them to leak, I guess. Although I've seen some leaky engine compartments though. Mine is bone dry.
Is that Michael?
Shiny.
100 feet off the ground.
But I just, you know, they're bragging about it. They just sent me a notice, a special 2872. Oh, it's ML. I don't know, what does that say? MIL PRF 23. I don't know. If I look that spec up, what does MIL mean? Military?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm gonna look up.
Well, we just got notice because we buy ours from Colorado Petroleum. We got a 12% increase.
Okay. It's
Really?
Yeah.
It's kind of Pete. Who do you use?
Pete. Yeah.
Because I used to have Wes.
Yep. Saw Wes the other day.
Did you?
Yeah.
It's a it says a viscosity of 5 centistokes. What the frick is that?
I don't know. That's great.
5 centistokes. I've never heard of a centis.
I've never either. probably have their own measurements so they can charge you 6.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Ideal Home Loans. Still doing home loans, the only ones with the interest rate guarantee. So when rates go down, you get refinanced free of charge. 303-867-7000. Let me take people who have been waiting here. Let's see. And how do I pronounce your name? Natita? Is it Natita?
It's Naynita.
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 Oh, Naynita. What?
Yes.
That's a pretty name. What kind of name is that?
Thank you. It's from the Philippines.
Okay. How can we help you?
Yes, I was just calling because I bought a new vehicle just at the end of the summer, and I just got my tag, and I went to place my front plate, license plate, and there's no spot for it on the vehicle.
God, you know what? Everyone runs into this. In fact, I had to go to the dealer for my wife, and they have for the asking, they have a plastic piece that fits over the bumper on the left side that will attach to the bumper, and then you can attach the plate to it. No cars are made, hardly any cars are made for front plates. First of all, front plates are a waste of time and money, and I'm going to say, for those who belong to the Church of Climate Change, it's not good for climate change either, for God's sakes. I mean, why do we have front plates?
Though, right?
Now listen, I shouldn't say this because I've gotten away with it except once. I don't have a front plate. And I never, I have it with me, but I never put it on, ever, because of that. Now, I'm not telling you to do that, but I've only been ticketed once in about 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Oh, because I thought it was a requirement in Colorado.
It is. It is a requirement. And it's also a requirement you do, 55 or 65 on the highway and all kinds of stuff. I'm just saying that technically it is required. But I've even had a police officer stop me and say, "Where's your front plate?" And here it is. It must have fallen off. I know, here it is. I couldn't keep it on, or I forget what I say, but they don't. When I have it, he said, "Well, put it in the front windshield," and I put it up there. But I don't know what to do. You're not the only one. But the dealer should have a special bracket. What were you going to say, Jeff?
They do have a special bracket. Yeah, Subaru sells one. It's about $30. Or you can go to Amazon for as little as $10 and get one there.
And they make them molded for your bumper, so they go over the bumper.
Or a lot of them do actually rivet in. You actually have to put the rivet in.
Though, right? You buy a brand new car, and that's not provided for you?
That's because most states and most countries don't have front plates. In fact, that's a good trivia question. What states?
Well, for 21 states in the United States don't require it.
How do you know? Wait, how do you know that already?
Because I Googled it.
Oh, okay. So you just answered my question. What states require front plates? Only 21 of them.
Only 21 of them don't require.
Don't. Oh.
Yeah. So that's like only 40%.
It says here 30.
Right?
It says 30 states require both front and rear plate. Yep. Okay, so that's weird. In any case, you can buy them on Amazon, or I know it's a pain in the ass. Our dealer didn't charge us. If you go and raise a stink, I don't think they'll charge you for that. It's a good topic, though. Now, I have a call from someone anonymous, so I'll take it. I don't require names. I don't care if you want to talk about a touchy subject. Go ahead. What's going on?
Good morning, Tom.
Hi, I'm going to call you Mary because I don't like saying anonymous. Go ahead, Mary. What's happening?
To the Subaru dealer.
Okay, so we need some advice on what rights parents have to ensure the safety of their children.
Well, that's a loaded question. What rights do parents have to ensure the safety of their children?
Actually said,
they have
go
all
ahead and
kinds
just
of
drive
rights.
down there
Give me a
walk
specific,
into
Mary.
the service department
so on an
and
away
just say, hey,
game,
listen, I need
two coaches
something
to use
so
the
I can put the
bathroom.
front license plate sticker
we had
on my
two
car.
coaches, two buses. They didn't think to take turns to go to the restrooms. They both went into use the facilities and left probably about 17 kids, their high school kids, unattended.
Okay, so they left 17 high school kids unattended where?
In Boulder.
No, I mean, where were the kids?
On the bus.
Oh,
Sorry.
on the bus.
And
was the bus driver
yes,
there?
No, they drive. There are 2 little buses. There were 2 coaches.
Oh, I see. So the coaches each went to the restroom, leaving loaded buses unattended.
Yes.
That's stupid. No, it is. I don't think it's going to be. I don't
agree
think.
with you.
I mean, it's absolutely stupid. I would be upset. Now they're high school kids, so you could have a stupid kid take the wheel, or you could have some madman take the wheel. I mean, no, I agree. When they left it unattended, were the doors opened or closed? Do you know?
So one bus was closed and one bus was left open.
And how long did they leave the kids in the bus? Was the bus running?
I don't know if the bus was. I don't think the buses were running, and it was long enough to go into the store, use the bathrooms, and then come back out.
Did they have? I wonder if the bus was running. Did they have the keys on them? All of that stuff. I mean, no matter what, the short answer is it's stupid. So, did you guys complain?
We did, and it's been over 2 weeks, and we haven't heard anything.
Here's the thing about schools. My God, schools. I don't even know how to explain this. But here's what you got with schools. Schools are communists. I don't know how else to put it. The teachers are communists.
Hello,
the administration is communist. They're all communists. Here's what they believe. It's our way. Mm-hmm. And parents who complain are pains in the ass. But we run the schools and you do what we say. Maybe it's better to call them Nazis than communists. But here's what I mean by that. When kids get into a scuffle, and let's say there's a bully or somebody, this is the typical response. No matter what happens at a school, it doesn't matter. Let's say party A is the perpetrator and party B is the victim. Let's say there really is a victim, okay? And there are. So party A, you complain about. Party B is the victim. Many times, both party A and party B get suspended or get disciplined. Or party A, that you a week or two later, you say, whatever happened to the perpetrator, to party A? And they say, we're not allowed to tell you. And you say, wait a minute, they kicked my kid's ass. You better tell me, was anything done? We can't tell you. And then you raise a stink, guess what they do? They tell you to take your child to another school. It's amazing to me.
That's what we were told twice.
You were told to take your kids if you don't like it. Now, is this a public school or a private school?
I don't know how long it's going to take. But,
it's a charter.
Hold on.
We were told twice that if we don't like the way things are being run, we can leave.
Yep. Isn't that wonderful? And by the way, if you keep it up, you're going to be marked as a terrorist, domestic terrorist. That's what the NEA is doing.
The FBI will come looking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any parents who are upset with their schools are now labeled a possible domestic terrorist. I hate schools the way they're run right now, and teachers, rather than teaching, politicize. That's what they do. They give speeches to kids and try to indoctrinate them. That's what we have now. We have a system of indoctrination, much like the Nazis did with the little kids in the troops. But here's the deal. I don't know what to do about it because it's the system, and they're not going to tell you. But here's what I want to know. I'm saying this as the devil's advocate. What difference does it make?
It makes a huge difference.
Like what? Like you guys complained. How many parents complained?
There's a whole bunch of issues. This is, I think, the most dangerous one that has happened so far.
Okay, but what I mean is this. What response would be acceptable to you?
That they are being held accountable, that they realize they have lives in their hands and they should be taking those lives.
Okay, did you get a group of parents to go to the school board?
No, I didn't.
That's your next step. That's your next step. The school board is above. Go ahead.
We're taking every step. We're following the ladder of command, and we're trying to get this resolved. And so far, nothing's happening. So if we take them to the school board, I don't want to be listed as a terrorist. Trying to protect my child, that's not fair.
Well, I'm half joking about that, but Where they consider you a terrorist is where you start complaining about transgender stuff, and you complain about sex education, or you complain about, that kind of stuff. They consider you a terrorist because they think they should be able to cut off little peepees and you shouldn't know about it. And they should be able to give hormone replacement drugs and you should have no say in it. But let's talk about
They can hear Tom
reality.
or you and
okay?
I when Tom is
The
on
reality is you
like
and
me
a group
taking
of
calls and
parents
stuff.
who are concerned should go to a school board meeting and ask to be heard, because truly the school board is above administration. And if that doesn't work, you have to take it to the next step. You have to start electing school board members who will listen to you. Listen, that's how it works. We had a madman, Tay Anderson, on the Denver school board, bragged about getting rid of all the cops. Crime went up, violence went up, everything. Guess what? His ass is out now. I mean, it does work if enough people get involved. I wish I had a better answer for you. I don't. I really don't. But I think involvement never hurts.
I'm so glad my kids aren't in school.
I was, I would have been labeled a terrorist.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was there a lot. Yeah.
They can't give your kid an aspirin. Okay, they can lop off his dick.
Yep. I had two boys, and the youngest kicked the ass of the guy that was bothering his brother. And
That's right.
good for you.
Good.
Family first. And of course, they tried to expel him. So we had to fight that. But
Lee, hi, this is Kelly over at the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. I just got a free line available and wondered if you wanted to talk to Tom about your contract issue.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a sponsor of this show, and I highly recommend them to you.
Hang on for me, and he'll be with you as soon as possible,
not
okay?
if, but everyone should
Thank you.
have a retirement plan. If you don't have a retirement plan, I recommend them. Now, here's the deal. You may think you have a plan because you have a 401k. That's not a plan. An IRA, not a plan. A SEP, not a plan. Insurance, not a plan. Investments, not a plan. What constitutes a plan is a way to take the money out, draw income, put more money in, invest money, long-term care, estate planning, using the equity in your home, everything. It's all together a plan. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies has modest fees compared to what they save you. I know, because I use them, and I urge you to meet with them. They'll meet with you as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. No obligation. Meet with them. Get a review of your retirement plans. 970-663-3211.
I haven't seen Doc in a while. Is he okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's been coming in here sometimes or working from home.
Yeah.
The hell?
With our specialized marketing knowledge, we aggressively implement the most advanced, innovative, and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere. For all things real estate, do not hesitate to call 303-920-1620.
Yeah, it's pathetic reading about this, the New York thing Trump's going through with the valuations of his properties and this and that.
For what?
Because they said he committed fraud by overvaluing his properties.
I know.
But then you look at what they're basing it on. And it's like, what, are you kidding me?
And no one, he paid back every loan.
Yeah, he didn't default on any of it.
I know.
Yeah.
That would only come into question if you got loans and
But they said he got a better term than he should have gotten. So they want him to pay the difference in the term that he should have gotten. And it's just like, come on.
Like, who are these banks complaining? I'll bet you not one bank complaining.
No, they just, But they're looking at the property tax assessment on his Mar-a-Lago is this, and he said it's worth this, therefore he committed fraud. Huh? Even the real estate agents in that area said, we can't put a value on it. It's a unicorn. It's worth what it would sell for. You get the right day of the week and the right 2 or 3 people wanting to buy it, and, it could be $800 million. Could be $300 million.
I don't know. All I know is my place isn't worth what the tax assessor said it was.
You got that right.
I had to go to Gunnison on Tuesday for that.
I hope you do all right, because I was reading about people out like Eastern Plains and stuff complaining about property values, and they raised them higher than what the, it's like they said 400. No, they ain't worth 400, so they go and contest, and it comes out at 450.
No shit.
Yeah. A little spiteful.
Well, depending on what they cut, because I won't know anything for a few weeks.
Yeah.
So we'll find out sometime next month, and then find out what I have to do for the next steps. But, man, they raised me 63%.
Yeah. I haven't seen ours yet. No, if I have it, I have it. I just haven't seen it.
Well, it's too late to protest it.
Yeah. They're not gonna take it seriously anyway.
Well, the guys over in Gunnison were pretty good. It was actually a pretty good meeting. So.
Yeah, but living in Jeffco, the values are stupid.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, our Littleton house. Well, that's actually Denver County. So, we're in an odd little area. They call it the Blue Ghetto because it's in Denver County, but it's in Littleton. So it's the furthest out. The officers, when they used to have to live inside their years, it was the farthest out. That
they got a couple little pockets like that.
Mm-hmm.
They still say they can hear me.
Well, now they can hear you.
Maybe Yale, between Sheridan and Watson.
Because I have it set up in
the section of Lakewood that's Denver.
Mm-hmm.
But you're muting me during the show, right?
Yeah, I'm going to take you off the thing during the show.
Safest neighborhood in
take
town.
Wow.
Used to be.
I still have, we still got a lot of cops on there, but I still, at least 2-3 times a month, I'm kicking some of the homeless out.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. A very busy day. Desiree, what is going on with you, Desiree? What's happening? Oh, hold on. Let me bring you up here. It's my fault. There you go. Okay, sorry. Desiree, hi.
No, okay. Hi. Thanks again for taking my call. I really do appreciate it. So I have an issue. I don't personally use CenturyLink service at all.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, in my neighborhood, they had been upgrading the fiber optic lines.
Okay.
So they've been doing that for, I want to say, probably 2 months of upgrading these lines. Well, needless to say, neighbor to the south and neighbor to the north of me both use CenturyLink. So last Thursday, one of the technicians from CenturyLink came and knocked on my door. Maybe a week prior, had put a cable along the south-facing fence. I had discussed it with him. I said, that's fine that you bury the line that you need for my neighbors to have their internet service, but I was really adamant that they do not cut through my lawn. They don't go through my yard.
Well, they have a right to, though. Most of the time, they have a right to do that if it's on an easement. Even if it's your lawn and landscaping, the sad fact is they have a right to go through if it is an easement, and they don't even have to repair your lawn technically. So the real question, Desiree, is not whether it's kind or nice or we like it or not. Was it on an easement?
That's a good question, and it's something that I looked up with Adams County, and yes. I am not on an easement.
Wait, so where they put the cable across your property is on your private property, and there is no
Correct.
Easement?
That's correct. So
well,
they
and they wait. So they came onto your property and tore up your lawn and put down the line.
Correct.
Did they repair your lawn? Did they repair your lawn?
They have not. And as a matter of fact, when I went to go check on the technician, because I was going to go offer him, a bottle of water or whatever, I went to check on him, and he had already lifted the lawn going through a straight line diagonally through the entire back lawn. And I stopped and I said, "Oh my God, I told you not to go through my lawn. I was really adamant, don't go through the lawn." He said, "Oh, there won't be any damage." He tried to show me pictures of other properties that they have
if they did that to my lawn, I would go to each side of my property and cut the cable. I coil it up and throw it out on the street. That's what I would do. But you better be really, 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 really sure that, number one, you did not give them permission, and number two, it's not on an easement.
That is correct. And that's one thing that I checked on first through Adams County, and they sent me a little guide map. And our properties are not on.
Then I would give them notice if it's not fully repaired or removed.
So I have.
You're removing it yourself.
The problem was because it's going through CenturyLink, but also Lumens, which is the claims team that handles, property damage and things like that was damaged through CenturyLink. It's going through both parties. Now,
wait a minute. So CenturyLink did acknowledge they did damage.
Correct. They did not. No, I should take that back. No, they did not. They just essentially told me to contact Lumens for any kind of
Who is Lumens?
Lumens is Sedgwick. It's evidently
who's Sedgwick? Just tell me what you're talking about.
Lumens and Sedgwick are the same entity.
What are they?
It is their claims team. It's their claims team.
So they have a claims team to come out and assess your damage. Have they done that yet?
They have not, and as a matter of fact, they're not being responsive any longer. What also transpired, and this was one of my biggest fears, right, is that they would damage my sprinkler system. So since in Adams County...
Let's just get right to it. Did they damage your sprinkler system?
They did, and it not only did it happen, but when the sprinklers came on, it blew the cable out of the lawn.
Okay, hold on. You're going to have to take matters into your own hands. Hold on. Fuck them.
Jesus, yeah.
We're backing offline.
Sprinkler system or something before they just cut across.
No, they don't give a shit. Bad? They're pieces of shit.
Wow.
I honestly don't care because I don't care what YouTubers say.
On an easement, they don't have
we're not saying anything back here.
Off an easement, they do.
I just answer phones.
I swear to God, I would cut it, roll it up, throw it away. Throw it up.
Hang it on the mailbox
or whatever.
Sign or something, yeah.
And then I'd sue them for all the damages to my property.
Top of the hour, I do need to go switch that.
15 seconds. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and he really takes the personal part of that seriously. When he deals with you, he deals with you personally.
My job.
He does it. It's the only law firm that when you call for an evaluation of your case and you want free legal advice, you talk to the attorney, the named attorney on the firm. Now, John Fuller doesn't do that because he is small. He is small by choice, taking only the amount of cases that he can work directly. That's the way he has decided to run his law firm. And you should take advantage of this personalized attention and this attention to detail. He will talk to you up front, no obligation. Then if you hire him, he works on a percentage fee basis. You get his personal cell phone that you can call or text at any time. Check him out. You'll notice the difference. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. The website is myaccidentlawyer.co.
sell your home, get paid twice. You can do it with Orchard. It's simple. Orchard makes you a solid cash offer on your home. If you agree, boom, here's your cash for your next
That lady was too nice to start with to let people, I wouldn't let them across the property.
So far, so good.
Yes. They laid cable across her lawn and did damage.
You get paid twice, and that happens 97% of the time with Orchard. Look, in this Denver market with so many home buying companies trying to lowball you, Orchard pays you the upside when your old home sells for more. Want to get paid twice when you sell your home? I know I would. Learn how to get paid twice and get a free valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
You have a great interest rate on your current mortgage. Obviously, you don't want to lose that. But maybe you have credit card debt, or you want to tap into your equity. But you don't know how to do that and keep your great rate. I understand. American Financing has just the product for you. The Smart Equity Loan from American Financing lets you tap into that hard-earned
Mark and Sue still in Hawaii?
touching your current mortgage.
When they coming back?
Unlike a home equity loan,
What's that?
Mark and Sue still out in Hawaii?
Yes.
Yep, we're clear.
I get tired of it by now. I don't know if I can.
No, they're
Still
going to
should have
different
looked,
islands, too.
but that's
I know, but you know what?
That's all right.
I don't know what it is about me, but I don't want to be on vacation more than 1 week. I don't feel good.
Yeah,
I'm not one of these people that can do it.
Take a month and go somewhere.
I mean, even if I come home and do other things, I do not want to be
Almost
on
time.
vacation more than a week. And it doesn't matter where I go. I've done it for years. When I've done 2 weeks, I felt like shit. I didn't feel good about it. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I just don't like it. I like changing or, That's just me, though. Well, some people love traveling. Some people can travel for months.
Yeah. My brother and his fiance do that. Her family works for United, so they can fly standby, and they make a game out of it. You can't check luggage. You can't, you have no flights. You get online and you jump a flight from Germany to France, from France to,
I had friends who took a year.
Yeah.
And went all over the world with no plan.
Mm-hmm.
They picked a spot on the map.
Cool. For them, I couldn't do that.
And then when they got there, they would spend a month sometimes, or they would
if
spend
they liked
3
it.
weeks.
Yeah. Cool. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do what these guys do, flying standby. Just get to the airport to find out you do or don't have a flight.
What's the longest you've ever done a vacation? Mine has been, I think I might have done 2 weeks. I can't.
I'm a week or 10 days, but more than that, I've been my own
Now
gig.
I've been off longer than that. Like in December, a lot of times I take a shitload of time.
Yeah.
But I'm doing stuff. Like I'm doing stuff around my hangar. I'm not like on vacation just laying around.
Yeah.
I couldn't fucking take it or eating out. I'm doing stuff around the house or around my airplanes or around my life.
Mm-hmm.
I might go away a little, but
I'm more of a weekender. I'll go someplace for 3 days. I
love those trips. I love those trips. I love long weekends.
Yep.
4 days.
Yep.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Listen, there's no easy way around this. Desiree has a... They went to your lawn, tore it up, and they won't fix it. So, Desiree, you got to do, you can sit there and wait for them to fix it, or you can cut the cable. And I'm not kidding, by the way. That's what I'm not telling you to do that, but you could cut the cable and just say the hell with this. Make sure you don't hurt yourself. It's not energized with high power. I don't think it is. I would cut the damn cable and spool it up, take pictures of the lawn, and sue them for the repairs. I don't know what else to tell you. Now, right now, if I look out on your lawn, is it out on top of, is the cable right now out on your lawn?
It is.
Just laying on top of your lawn?
Correct. Yeah, once the sprinkler's activated, they didn't do their due diligence even to begin with, to even start digging. They didn't contact the power companies. They didn't contact anybody.
You know what? Wait, I want somebody to call them for you. Hold on a second. We need to call them. This sucks.
I have a claim with that Lumens, but good luck
Lumens
getting a
is
hold of
part.
anyone
Lumen
there.
Technology, I guess, is the mother company or something.
Oh, okay.
When was the last time they talked to you?
Well, I called over and over last night. No one ever returned my call. CenturyLink said that they would possibly get somebody out in 48 hours just to review, but they're not taking responsibility for it. I mean, realistically, the last time I
Listen, if in the middle of the night that cable is cut, I don't know what the hell they could do about it. I'm not kidding you. I am not kidding. I mean, if these people are going to walk all over our rights and ignore us, the hell with them. I mean,
right.
You know, and I would tell them so. In fact, we need Deputy Dollar to call over there. Let's assign this. Kachina, she is not getting any attention, for God's sakes. This is absolutely terrible. But even though we're going to have somebody call over there, I want you to consider, I don't know. Anyway, just consider all options. And I wouldn't do it if I were you, but maybe if somebody snuck in there in the middle of the night and you had no idea who it was. You know what? I'm all for civil disobedience when it doesn't hurt people. And I mean that. I'm not kidding. You know, I've said it before. Sometimes you just got to take matters into your own hands. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. For example, if you knew there was a thief in your neighborhood who stole from you and stole from others, and you knew where the stuff was, wouldn't you take the stuff back?
Heck yeah.
Of course you would.
Yeah.
But you know that's technically illegal?
Yeah, of course it is.
The hell with it.
And I wouldn't care.
I don't care either.
Yep.
I wouldn't hurt the guy. I mean, I'm not going to go string him up or hurt him, or I don't want to get into confrontation, but yeah, it sucks. 303-713-8255. Hold on. Let me grab somebody here who's been waiting, okay? I promise I'm going to take all of you. Michael, a female Michael. Michael, what's going on? Michael.
Hi, Tom. So I am trying to break my lease. I found somewhere else to live, and I gave plenty of notice to my landlord a couple weeks ago, and they are now charging me for the remaining term of the lease. So they are now charging me 5 months of rent and 5 months of utilities.
Well, they can't necessarily do that just because let me go over the damages and how you can fight it. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino.
Perfect. And I think I've got your phone number. Let me just make sure. It might be easier. Yeah, to forward this whole thing. Okay. Perfect. I will go ahead and forward this to Scott, and he'll be with you shortly. Yep. You're good. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
YouTube's talking about the HH. Did you read that in the ballot?
How?
Oh, yeah, I've known about it for a while.
Well, not just about it, but I mean,
I'm falling
All our
apart.
local media is for it.
They're for HH?
All the local media.
Based on what?
Well, actually, it was Kyle Clark that first brought it to attention, saying that this is a repeal of cable.
That's all it is.
Did he against it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, and then John Kildare was at. He actually. Did you listen to him at all this morning?
Well, of course he's going to be against it.
Well, yeah. Did you listen to him this morning? He took the actual bill itself because this was written by the lawmakers, and so when you see it, reading it, it sounds like something good.
Yeah.
He took the actual bill itself without the title and everything else and presented it like he wanted to put it on the ballot. They went through it and they said, "Well, you
Good morning.
can't
Thanks
label
for calling the
this
Tom
because this is
Martino Show."
actually a change in this, is a change in that." And then they called an emergency meeting, shut everything down because this is literally exactly what the lawmakers did. And they say you can't do this, but they're allowing it to go.
Absolutely. What's your name?
They contested before it hit the ballot.
Uh-huh.
Doug?
It should have been taken down.
So it was
All right,
interesting
Doug,
to listen
hang on
to.
for me.
They just lied.
Yeah.
I mean,
I voted not to repeal Gallagher when they did that back in 19. I mean, I knew.
What was the reason they gave for
Yikes.
It had something to do with, trying to even out the scope between personal and commercial properties, and so that it was antiquated. But okay, fine, it's antiquated, but unless we had something else to take its place, why are you getting rid of it?
Well, both the initiatives that are on the ballot, I mean, the tobacco tax, that they don't want to refund any excess.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the government just keeping and keeping.
What a scumbag, but fucking the governor, Polis has the nerve to make it look like he's saving you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is coming to your rescue.
Well, and when the legislature was in writing HH, I mean, they could have just as easily said, hey, this is going to be hard. Let's put a temporary cap of 4% on all properties going forward and put that on the ballot.
Yeah, didn't have touch Tabor to do that. No, that's.
They never wanted Tabor ever.
He's never wanted Tabor.
Well, he tried to get rid of it when he first got into office, and then he took credit for it when he was trying to regain maintain or keep his office with that great Colorado payback. You lying sack of shit. And plus, it came with a prebate because that was more than anybody ever should have gotten.
All right, hang on. I have no time on when he goes to you.
See, the Gallagher amendment was repealed.
Mm-hmm. In 2019.
But the original Gallagher amendment, it simplified the way they established value.
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you,
said
she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
But I believe their argument for getting rid of it had to do with the crossover between residential and commercial property.
There was something about it. I remember it was really vague. I mean, all the arguments about it were vague, so that's why it was.
And they had to do determine a percentage of the aggregate statewide to different classes of property.
0223 or visit alanon.org.
And it exempted certain property, like furnishings and all that.
KHOW News Time, 11:03.
They did away with all of them.
Mm-hmm.
A man reported his mother missing Wednesday, saying she had an early morning housekeeping job at an apartment complex in Aurora's Tollgate Overlook neighborhood, but did not show up for her other jobs later that day. Police found 62-year-old Elena Barnfeld's car parked at the complex, and when officers went to enter the apartment, they heard a
The repeal was successful. They promised that it would help schools and lower taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Those fucking
Anytime they promise to lower taxes, they're lying because it's never going to happen. Even HH isn't going to lower taxes; it's just going to cap the increase.
It's not lowering taxes at all, and it's not even capping the increase. All it's doing is literally taking a small portion of what.
See, the Denver Post is writing like it's a second coming of God.
They're literally taking your Tabor refunds and applying it to the taxes.
Yeah, that's true.
And
It's not even all of it.
No,
In fact,
and it dwindles down over a period of about 10 years. Tabor is done. It's gone.
but your taxes keep going up.
Yep.
Keep going up.
Well, they have to because there's no more Tabor left off.
So it's literally the largest tax increase on Colorado residents ever.
Otherwise, pretty clean drive throughout the Denver Metro, I-70 east and westbound.
Yeah, we like New York.
I know Gavin Newsom has to be sitting back going, I could have done that. No. Colorado's pretty unique in Tabor.
What's the Martino plan? Access was. Oh shit, he's here.
Yeah, he's
so
here.
5 is wide open.
Yep.
Or is that
Yep.
being used for YouTube?
No, you want me to do you want me to free him up?
Yeah, free up what?
Cool.
But it was costing $2,400 a month in property tax for.
To explain the microphone button and tell them that if they're going to cough or sneeze or swear, then they should turn the microphone off. Do not need to tell my next guest what to do on the microphone button because he's seen a few. Guy Benson is joining me in studio. He's got his own Fox News radio nationally syndicated show. He's a Fox News contributor. He's political editor at Town Hall. He's one of the clearest thinking, most rational political analysts out there. I've thought and said that about Guy for a long time, even when he's not sitting a few feet from me. Welcome to KOA Studios. It's great to see you. What brings you to Colorado?
First of all, thanks for having me. This is awesome. The studio's beautiful. Very cool to be here. My in-laws live out here. So I spend some time in Colorado, typically every year, sometimes 2 or 3 times. I really like my in-laws, so it's not a chore at all. And it's a beautiful place, even though the politics are crazy.
That's right. And getting crazier. And getting much, much crazier. All right, I want to do some kind of heavy stuff with you, but some lighter stuff too. We only have about 8 minutes together. We'll make the most of it. So you actually said to me before we went on the air that you're getting messages from Jewish students, Jewish college students. And I mentioned to you, and I had told my audience earlier today, although they know already, that I went to Columbia and I would not send my kid to Columbia. And I think a lot of people have seen that video from the business school professor. In the not too distant future, you're going to be a dad. And it'll be a while till you're thinking about college. But putting this all together, what's going through your mind?
I've been very frustrated and angry watching what's happening at my alma mater, Northwestern in Chicago, where you have a lot of good people trying to do the right thing, but you have unbelievably weak leadership, and you have some stunning abdications, I would say, on just basic humanity. Northwestern has raced out to the fore with official comment on every controversy under the sun you might imagine. But on this one, meaning the massacre of Jews in Israel 2 weeks ago, they decided not to put out an institutional statement. They were silent for days, then got pressured by folks like me and a few others to say something, which was that they were going to not say something. And then they got blowback for that, so then said something, but not really. It's just a mess. And you're seeing some members, even of the faculty. There is the Asian American Studies Department put out a statement on this a few days ago that was
But if it says that, then you've won. They can't charge you more. So what's the big deal?
They won't accept. So my roommate and I handed in a paper copy of our notice to vacate. We watched our landlord receive it, sign it, and give us a receipt, and he was like, "Understood, thank you." And then his assistant texted us back a couple days later and was like, "I'm sorry you guys are leaving. Just so you know, these are the charges that will be filed on your account before you can leave."
Well, they can't stop you from leaving. Michael, if you truly have a lease that allows you to break it with 45 days notice, then leave. I mean, I don't even know what the issue is. Just leave. And how much security deposit are they keeping?
$1,375.
Then you take them to small claims court for the $1,375. But you would have the first lease I have ever seen ever that has a provision to break the lease with 45 days notice. But it's good that you have that because there is no issue then. They can't charge you damages. If you have an early out and you complied with that lease, they can't keep a dime. Did you tell them that? Did you say, by the way, we gave you 45 days notice? And by the way, what are you calling 45 days notice?
So the lease lays out that we need to print a piece of paper that says we are leaving as of this day. And then the lease says we need to take it down to their office and hand it to them.
Okay.
And it's
do
not
you
valid
have, by the way,
signed.
do you have that copy of the clause that I can see where it says you can break this lease?
Yes, I do. Let me read over it.
Yeah, you can read it directly to me. I'll believe you. If you read the whole, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you read it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
Notice to vacate. Tenant shall give landlord at least 45 days prior written notice of tenant's intent to vacate the premises. Tenant's notice to vacate shall specify the date that tenant will vacate, quote, vacate date, and such day shall not be less than 45 days from the date tenant gives notice. And shall not be, I messed up, and shall not be for a date prior to the end of lease term. If tenant gives any notice to vacate, the 45-day notice period commences on the day after tenant gives notice, and tenant shall vacate on or before the last day of the notice period, regardless of when the tenant gives notice. Tenant agrees to pay landlord rent for the entire notice period, regardless of whether tenant occupies the premises for the entire notice period.
Okay. Well,
landlord
Michael, did you hear the part where it said that 45 days notice has to be for the end of the lease?
Yes, I did.
Well, then it doesn't allow you to break the lease early.
Right. I read that wrong. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that's okay. But let me explain something to you. Even though the lease does not give you a right to break the lease early, if you gave notice and he wants to charge you the rest of the term, they kind of have an obligation to mitigate their damages. Meaning that if they know you're leaving and you're handing in everything, they should try to rent it out again. And then you would be charged only until they rent it out again. And if they simply sit on their ass and say, we're not going to rent it out, you're paying the whole thing, you could have an argument that they did not try to mitigate their damages. So let me put it to you this way. You don't have a right to terminate early. But if you do terminate early, a landlord doesn't have a right to simply rack up charges if they can rent it out again. And I have a feeling they could rent it out again. Have you ever tried to, are you out of there now, by the way?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, did they keep your security deposit?
Yes, they did.
Is the place still vacant?
Yes.
How long have you been out of there?
I moved out on Friday.
Oh,
Friday.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Now, do you think they're going to try to re-rent it?
I don't think so. I kind of live in a little bit of a sketchy area, and they renovated my apartment first, and now they're trying to renovate all of the surrounding apartments. And I have a feeling that they're going to try and blame local construction as to why they can't rent out the apartment.
So they're going to say, well, they'd like to rent it out, but they can't because we have construction.
Right.
But is the place livable right now?
That kind of gets tricky. So the reason I'm leaving is there's water damage, and
yeah, but did you say that? That's called a constructive eviction. If you're saying you had to leave because of water damage and other stuff, you should have done a constructive eviction. You didn't do that. You just told them you're leaving.
Okay.
A constructive eviction, if you say I'm leaving because of water damage, you're supposed to give them a notice and then say repair it, or I'm leaving, and give them the opportunity to repair it. And then if they don't, then you go to leave. It's a whole story. What I'm saying is you didn't do it right. You can't leave and now give it a reason. It's not going to work. I'm trying to give you something that will work. Here's the deal. Technically, this guy has you on a contract, okay? Now, the question is, does he have an obligation to mitigate damages? Yes. But he can say, well, I tried to rent it out and I couldn't. And so for every month he doesn't rent it out, you're going to owe him money. And what about utilities? Was that included? I mean, why is he charging you utilities?
He's charging us, I don't know why he's charging us utility, but...
Did you take the utilities out of your name when you left?
So the utilities are under the property management.
Okay, fine. Then you don't have to
name.
worry about that. Okay, I get it. He's saying that as long we have to keep the place heated during the winter, you're going to pay for it. But let me explain this, Michael. You're going to have a problem. But how are they? You may have lost your deposit. I hope you're not depending on it. But how are they planning to get the rest of the money? Did they sue you yet?
No, they have just charged our little portal that we go in and pay monthly rent to.
Okay, but you don't have a credit card on file there or a bank account, do you?
No, I don't.
There's no routing number or account number?
For me to pay them?
Yes.
There is not. I believe
How do you pay then? How do you go onto a portal and pay? If they don't have your account, go ahead.
I put in my information, and then they charge my account, and I don't ever subscribe to their auto pay program.
When
so
you
I have to go in every month.
So you go in every time and put an account number and a routing number. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, Michael, I promise you, you need to listen to me, or you will be in trouble. Listen carefully. In almost every agreement with an online portal, it says that they can use that information that you give them for future payments if you default.
Okay.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That means that if they have, from a past payment, your routing number and your account number, they can go in and auto draft that from your account as a damage. I'm going to tell you what you need to do, and you're going to hate it, but you got to do it. You have to close that bank account.
Okay.
If you do not close that bank account, I'll bet you a charge is going to show up in the future on that bank account. If you use, listen, Comcast does this, everybody does this. If you put in an account number or even a credit card from the past, and you go in every month and put it in there, and then you leave with an account due, with a balance due, they can go back to any previous payment method and charge your account. I promise you they can.
Should she also not change banks?
Now, I was going to get to that. Where is that account that you've been paying out? What bank?
Credit Union of Colorado.
Okay. Your Credit Union of Colorado, if you open a new account there and close the old one, they may still go after your new account if there is a cross-collateralization agreement. Now, that sounds complicated, but here's what it is. Cross-collateralization means that if you have an account with a bank and it goes bad, they can go to any other account you have to take the money. Okay? So you may have to, and I hate telling you this because you probably like that credit union, you may have to not only close that account, but open a new one in another institution. This is a pain, but Michael, you breached a contract, and if you want to try not to get damages, I mean, now that doesn't mean he can't come after you and sue you. But I think you're in a weak position right now. He's going to claim we're trying to rent it. We can't. They owe me money. And he's going to try to take it out of that account. If you close that account and open another one at the same credit union, the credit union may allow them to go to your new account under what's called the cross-collateralization agreement. Now, I know I'm giving you a ton of information, but it's necessary that you understand all of this. So if your credit union says, don't worry, Michael, we don't do cross-collateralization, you don't have to worry. You can open a new account. We won't go to it. If you tell them, look, I'm afraid that this landlord might auto-draw from my old account. If I open a new one, will they be allowed to auto-draw? and you just got to really be sure, because otherwise you're going to end up waking up one day and a bunch of money is going to be missing. I hope I didn't give her too much.
I would have been shocked if she read that the lease allowed her 45 days to break it and get out. No lease ever does.
Hey, Kachina, I'm getting a weird message from people saying the audio from our YouTube is not KOA, it's KOA.
It's KOA.
It's
That's what
KOA.
they're saying.
I can't hear you. You're talking into the sky. Made in the Shade is a window covering outfit that we love because they come in and measure everything and give you an estimate for free. Then, once you are measured and like the price, they will order it for you and get their in-house team to install it. It's a one-stop shop. They say they can meet almost any budget. They have all the popular brand names, and they have all the warranties, plus quality workmanship. 720-458-6566. Don't try to do this alone. It's complicated. denvershades.co. High-tech, low-tech, in-between-tech shades, blinds, curtains, shutters, plantation shutter. 720-458-6566.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
I didn't talk to you.
I hate that. You say hey to somebody in the office and your phone's listening.
So I'm using Access 5 for YouTube audio. Shannon came in and asked Jazzy if he was using Access 5 for YouTube audio. He said no. So KOA went over and took Access 5 off.
Well, don't you?
Then through.
Can't you go through the laptop and do Lucy?
That's what I'm using right now.
Okay.
But that uses, but that goes through Access 5 when you're here in studio.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Well, let me tell you how. I didn't sign into Access 5 at my house. How did you sign into my house using Access? Oh, Lucy Light on my laptop is Lucy Light. So how does that go through Access 5?
That's basically what it is, how it's set up in vMix. Now, listen.
No, but hold on. There's no way. The only way for Access 5 to be connected here is if I'm at home and I connect it. My Comrex is off.
So the way that I have it set up right now is basically YouTube is going through Access 5 via Lucy Light.
That doesn't even make sense, though,
I
because
think I'll show you on the
does it always do it that way? Is that how Mark does it?
So usually we have been using this and Switchblade 4 when you're here, which we could do, but since I was basically doing that
because
all the time, Lucy Light was just easier for me to do.
No, I understand Lucy Light, but I don't understand Access 5 because when you talk access, those accesses are accessed through Comrex.
Yeah.
My Comrex is off. So if it's coming from my house to here, it can't be coming on Access 5.
It must be local then.
It's coming on Lucy Light through Wi-Fi. That's how you're getting. Okay. But then from Wi-Fi, it should go somewhere else, not Access 5. If you're feeding it into Access 5, that's what's happening because they disconnected it.
Yes.
Wait, it says you're back to normal. What did you do?
They went off of. I ran in there and I said, "Get off."
Okay.
Using it.
Okay,
so
but that's not a wise way to do it, I don't think, in the future, unless that's the way Mark does it. Is that the way he taught you to do it?
Originally, yes. Now we have been using, like I said, the
right.
blue and the Switchblade 4 and all of that, which I could start using next week. It was a miscommunication.
No, I get it.
Jazzy didn't know that we were using 5 for that. Okay. Shannon told me to go ahead.
Because I know nothing about getting sound when I'm not there.
And when Shannon and Dragon aren't here, it's kind of like, I mean.
Now this guy needs, Michael we're done with. I'm sorry, I gave her a bunch of complicated information.
Okay, I'll take care of that.
As far as this contract, I read it. So
okay,
I'll
good.
go to him.
Yeah.
Lee and then Joel, okay.
Yeah, so, Yeah, so everything should be good. It was just a momentary
No,
laugh.
I get it.
YouTubers
That's how I
business
feel when my computer
being
tech
silly
comes out and
and
tries to explain
very
shit to
overly
me.
dramatic.
I told him, make the motherfucker work. I don't want to
I
know
said,
how.
dude, I'm
Just
not
do it.
paying you to explain it. Fix it.
If I wanted a conversation, I'd go home and talk to my wife.
That's what I ask. Is it cheaper if you explain it? Well, shut up and fix it.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have Lee who has a contract question. And Lee, go ahead. I have that contract in front of me. What's going on, sir?
Okay, so I'm calling on behalf of my brother-in-law who lives out of state. Had a fire in September at his at a house he owns here in Colorado.
Right, I see. Yeah. And so he had some damage, right?
That's correct.
Is it a fire?
Yes.
And so this contract is a contract he signed. I hope he didn't sign it, but it's a contract being presented by a public adjuster?
No, it's from a restoration company. I don't know the name of that company.
Yeah, well, I would never sign that contract. Now, I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm just telling you, if that contract was presented to me, I would never sign it. Never.
Yeah, it was.
Never.
It's not normally his MO to do such a thing.
Well, did he? Did he sign it already?
Yeah, it was an e-sign.
Well, then why are you even asking? I mean, they basically say they have full control over the entire claim, and he has no right whatsoever.
That's what his question is, if that contract is stating just that.
Just read it. I mean, okay. The client agrees, first of all, and authorizes the company to perform all the services, right? And
That's what it seems to state.
And the services are furnished here. It says, without, listen to this. It's all the services are with all faults, without warranty, express or implied, no warranty of fitness for a particular purpose or merchantability of any kind. They're telling you that everything we do is crap, and you have nothing to say about it. Nothing. Zero. You agree.
That's how I read it.
and hold on. And we do not warrant any material or labor. They are openly stating this. I mean, your brother, I don't want to use the word moron because it insults my YouTube morons. It's worse than being a moron if he signed it. And I don't want to make fun of him, by the way, if he is impaired. I don't really want to make fun of him. But anyway, then it says, so basically, you are saying, fix my house. You have full control to collect directly from the insurance, and we're warranting nothing. In fact, if we walk away from your house and you can't even sell it because it's so bad, we still get paid. In fact, it says if insurance denies anything, we still get paid directly from you.
Now,
why would anyone ever sign this? And by the way, and if you don't pay at the end what's due, it's 5% a month. That's 60% interest a year.
Good. Well, let me ask you this. Item number 11 on that contract.
Termination fee. Client may terminate. However, if at the time of termination uncompleted services remain, you have to pay 20% of all final costs. If this is $100,000, he's got to pay 20% of it. I mean, plus he waives all collection. I mean, This guy, any billing dispute, I mean, God almighty, when did he sign this?
It was within 12 hours or so of the fire.
That doesn't matter. I'm asking when. When did he sign it?
That's when he signed it.
When in time did he sign it? Since I don't know when the fire was, I don't know what 12 hours is. When did he sign it?
It was mid-September.
Okay, so he's well past the 3-day right to rescind if he even had one. We may be able to argue that because he signed it remotely. I don't know. I don't think that would apply, but it's look at, man, what's the name of this company?
I honestly do not know the name of the company.
Oh, my God. I mean, I have never seen a worse contract in my entire life. Ever. So,
yeah.
I mean, he already bent over. Just hope it doesn't hurt too much. I don't know what to tell him, man. It's too late.
Okay. That's basically what the question is. The premise of him signing it was for this company to board up the windows to secure the property. That's why. I'm assuming that's why he didn't read it. There was a lot going on at the time.
Well, let me just say this. Are they now going to come in and fix the property, or did he just get them for the emergency repairs? Because it says here, client will provide clear and continuous access to the property for the entire time it takes. And by the way, they're not saying how long it's going to take.
Right.
I mean, there could not be a worse contract. I could not even think of a contract that would be worse than this one. Didn't you get the same impression when you read it?
Yeah, it freaked me out when I read it. It's like this thing is so open-ended.
So, I mean, you may want to negotiate an out for this guy, and he should have called American Restoration 24/7. I just can't believe this I can't believe it. There is absolutely no warranty, no guarantees, nothing. They say we don't guarantee we're going to do anything, but we're still going to get paid. That's what this contract says. And you have nothing to say about it.
How much is the contract for?
I have no idea. What is the cost of the contract?
Nothing has been estimated except the remediation of the asbestos, because it does have asbestos, and that's not even a complete estimate.
How much was that?
I think it was close to $100,000.
And is his insurance paying for that?
Well, they will.
How do you know that?
Well, he's already been it's State Farm. He's been in touch with them.
Oh, my God, he has State Farm.
Dipped, yeah.
Listen, bro, it doesn't matter if insurance pays or not. Your brother is personally liable. He signed this. He's personally liable.
Is it possible he can limit the exposure of this company on the job since it hasn't been estimated yet?
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, that's kind of that.
Well,
item
you better
11
go see an attorney. This is way too complicated. He already made such a terrible mistake. So you need to get him an attorney as soon as possible and try to get out of this damn thing. Just try. I'm so sorry this happened, Lee. This really is the worst contract. No, there was one other that was worse. It was called, we jokingly refer to it as the Luna Clause. Now, Luna Construction years ago had a person sign a contract that said, if for any reason, now I'm not, by the way, exaggerating. This is what it actually said if you read it. If Luna is unhappy with job at any time or customer, Luna reserves the right to withdraw without penalty and collect everything owed. If anything bad is said to Luna, or if Luna feels uncomfortable, Luna can end contract without penalty. You agree never to talk about Luna. I mean, no matter what happens, it's the Luna Clause. It was, so that was the worst contract because Luna basically said, we're going to kick you in the ass, we're going to screw you, we're going to steal from you, and guess what? You can't say anything about it. And if you do, we're upset, we're leaving. That's the Luna clause. This one is almost as bad. Kevin, if you read this contract...
the first sentence got me, Not fit for...
We warrant nothing. Not even that it'll be fit for merchantability.
That's what the one that got me, the merchantability. They don't even guarantee it's going to work. Yeah.
If you can never sell the place because of what they did, they're totally walking away. The Luna clause.
I like that, the Luna clause. Thank you.
Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. I love Frank. Why? Because he is the man when it comes to evaluating your property and telling you what it will sell for free of charge. If you're wondering about selling your house, you may want to think, hold on now. Does it make sense to sell right now? What am I going to make? Frank will go over it based on the house, the comps, the neighborhood, supply and demand, interest rates, every single factor. He'll also let you know what you can buy with the proceeds if you want. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Big Lou. Big Lou.
He's been running commercials forever, hasn't he?
Two Americans have been released by Hamas.
Yeah, how much they have to pay him?
I think they were promising $8 million per hostage.
What?
Yeah, I don't think we've paid terrorists since the freaking Barbary pirates. But yeah, that's exactly.
Biden is going to pay $8 million.
I think that was the offer, if I remember correctly.
Well, I guess if you're one of the hostages, you're happy about that.
Yeah.
It says Hamas has released two
hostages. Yep.
So they got 16 mil.
Yep. Wonder how they pick the two.
The pains in the ass. What's that?
The two closest to the door. Who knows? Yeah.
Do they have doors on caves?
Yeah, probably not.
The annoying runny nose, the constant sneezing, the itchiness, and battle just to catch your breath. If you suffer from seasonal allergies, sinusitis, or nagging sinus congestion, there's a natural, easy-to-use solution that can help provide fast, drug-free relief. It's called Navage, and it uses powered suction to rinse your nasal passages in seconds. Millions of people use Navage daily to help provide relief from seasonal allergies and sinus congestion. Medications treat the symptoms, but Navage treats the problem at the source, flushing out the allergens and pollen trapped in your nose. Navage also helps wash out airborne bacteria, dust, dirt, and viruses quickly and painlessly, so you can get back to breathing clearly again. Say goodbye to sinus suffering and hello to better breathing with
just need to blow the Gaza Strip off the globe.
It's an odd little place.
I wouldn't want to screw with Israel, man. Those are some battle-hard motherfuckers.
If you got to dress up like that to go to work, I don't think I'd want to work there.
Where?
This guy on the the correspondent.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Today's car day, by the way. We haven't talked much about cars, but we will. I got some text here. And also, Compass Insurance Group will compare your car insurance rates, even your homeowners as well, to see if you're not paying too much, to make sure you're adequately insured and maybe not underinsured for sure or overinsured. 303-996-9000, 303-996-9000. So on cars, we've been talking about well, today is car day. We're supposed to be talking about cars. Now, something I didn't realize that I was just told, and by the way, your calls are still welcome. Of course, we have a long show to go, 303-713-TALK. You can also call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. I was told something that surprised me, that the UAW strike has some effect in Denver, not just because of inventory of cars, but parts can be affected. Jeff, you said that there are parts in warehouses locally that you can't get.
We can't get our hands on because of the strike, because of striking workers and people who don't want to cross the picket line.
So there are striking workers or people who don't want to cross a picket line here in Denver that will not fulfill orders.
Right. So a lot of these warehouses...
do they show up for work and not do anything, or what? What do they do?
I don't know what their capacity is while they're not doing their jobs.
Were you actually told that?
That we couldn't get the parts? Yeah, they're available in Denver. We can't get them.
They say we have them, but we can't get them to you.
Exactly.
Did they say why they couldn't get them to you?
Because of the strike. Because of the striking workers. They did not have access to those parts.
See, that's weird. We don't have access to those parts. Yes, we have them, but we can't fill the order, possibly because the person that goes and pulls it from the shelf is honoring the picket line. See, I never knew that. I never realized it. Let's put it that way. Not only did I not know it, but I didn't realize it.
Yeah, the warehouses for the independent, or the individual, rather, manufacturers, whether it's GM, Toyota, Nissan, Ford, those are actual manufacturers' presence here in Colorado. So they don't belong to your Groove Auto Group or anything like that. They are actually part of General Motors, part of Nissan, so on and so forth.
Or part of Ford.
Exactly.
So those parts places, what are they, big distribution houses, warehouses?
It's exactly what they are.
And that's where the parts stores, that's where the auto stores go to get parts.
Right. Where the auto parts stores or even the dealerships will carry a certain amount of inventory, but they can't house everything. So General Motors will have their warehouse here, and they will buy inventory from General Motors out of those warehouses.
So when they go on strike, they could be going on strike here.
Yeah, that's why Mike Maroney, they came in with a new card and everything else and said, by the way, we just made $2 million worth of purchases prior to this strike going into effect because we're trying to stabilize ourselves.
And they came in meaning if you need parts, you
call
can buy
us because we've got more than anybody else.
Yeah, because they can't replenish the parts that they stock either.
So when you guys go out to get parts, can you go directly to those warehouses?
No, you cannot.
Oh, you go where then?
You have to go through the dealership.
You go through dealers as mechanics.
Correct.
or to auto parts. Do you ever go to auto parts stores?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And do you guys get special pricing because you're a dealer?
Yes, because of volume and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but so you get wholesale kind of.
Yep.
Okay, and the same with the auto dealers. If I walk in off the street to buy something and you guys order stuff, it's cheap.
It's a much smaller gap.
Yeah,
that we
typically
get through the dealership.
20%.
But okay, so that's good to know. So the warehouse can't get it to the dealer, and then therefore the dealer can't get it to you.
Yep.
Correct.
Because the warehouse is honoring the strike. The local dealers, however, if they stocked up before the strike, they're the ones you go to.
Yeah, and the dealers, they're not sharing information with a lot of the other dealers either.
So what dealers do you know have good stock, or you don't want to say because you want them to yourself? Because do you always buy from the same dealers, or do you buy from...
you usually get a relationship.
You get a reputation and a relationship.
And do they deliver to you?
Yep.
Okay. So, and it doesn't have much to do with location, proximity, or to your place?
It has part to do with it because you're looking at expediency and getting parts into the house. So, I mean, if I'm dealing with somebody in Longmont, it's going to take a heck of a lot longer than if I'm dealing with somebody with I-25 and Arapahoe Road.
Okay. Got it.
But what Jeff was getting to, when parts are readily available, MedVet will buy from somebody else and deliver it to us. But now they're not able to do that because the other guy has the inventory. He doesn't want to lose it.
Now, are there some dealers that really take their parts distribution seriously, and they're aggressively out trying to find more and more shops?
Pretty much all of them. Yeah, they're pretty good.
So that's a big part of their business, totally separate and apart from their own parts business. In other words, not just supplying their own shop, but supplying everyone else.
Yes.
And do they have certain territories, or can any dealer sell anywhere?
No, any dealer can sell anywhere.
That's very, very interesting. I never knew it was a hodgepodge like that when it came to parts.
And there are some that are better at it than others.
Now,
have you guys... got a good parts guy on the other end of the phone, you keep that number handy.
Yep.
See, this is interesting because if you ever go to get a car repaired, it's going to mean something to you. Especially, it's going to mean something from a week to 6 weeks. I mean, really. And have you ever developed online relationships where you can get stuff shipped to you pretty quickly?
Yes. Yeah. Most of the dealerships, and you know, we personally use transmission distributors for most of what we actually purchase. It's not going through the dealers. So although we can't buy from Borg Warner or from Ray Bestis, that we get package prices going through a transmission distributor who buys them and packages that specifically for transmission repair.
Okay. So on off brands, what do you do? What do you do? Junkyards? I mean, what do you do on off brands there? Is there like cars that aren't readily made anymore, or where they don't stock a lot of parts for them?
Yeah, there's
Saturns. I mean, or anything, and not just a Saturn, but just older models. What do you do?
You shop online a lot. There's different outfits like was it Rock Auto?
Okay.
They stock older stuff, or they have access into other warehouses to stuff. So yeah, and sometimes you're stuck with used. Sometimes
and
it's
then
just not
aftermarket. Could be new, but aftermarket, meaning it's not from the manufacturer.
Correct, which does not mean that there's a difference in quality. Sometimes the aftermarket
not all
can
the
actually
time.
be better.
Sometimes there is, sometimes there's not. It depends. I mean, yeah, you're right. It could be that aftermarket means better in some cases.
And sometimes it's the same. You know, Delphi fuel pumps are made for GM, and Delphi sells under a different label.
All right, 303-713-TALK. If you have a car question, problem, complaint, let us know. And by the way, 888heating.com. Don't forget high efficiency. They even have heat pumps. If you have a solar system, you might want to go to the heat pump. Takes a lot of the strain off your gas, saves a lot of money. Or just get a high efficiency system for the best prices. 888heating.com, 303-770-2776.
You think heat pumps can work in Colorado?
What's that?
Heat pumps are efficient enough to work in Colorado?
Well, they only work down to now they have some that work down to 30 degrees.
Okay.
You know, so yeah, but really the main reason to have them is to supplement gas if you have solar.
Okay.
If you use it just instead of, the electricity's higher.
It is, yeah.
Than gas. Gas is cheap right now. Yep. Well, it was.
Oh no, I just popped off I was down to 40% on my propane. I got 224 gallons, and it was $310.
Huh, that's not bad.
Delivered.
That's not bad at all.
Not many businesses will give you prices on the phone. You know, they want to really sell you on what they do and how they do it. But the Art of Granite is so proud of their pricing and how they do business, they're willing to give you a price on the phone. That's the only place you'll find prices for countertops. Give them a call, theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. Let me give you an example. Tear out and haul away is free. The bathroom's free when you do the kitchen, or you can opt for a kitchen sink. They do granite, quartz, marble, any kind of engineered stone or natural stone, and prices on the phone. 303-386-5919. You know, I'm kind of shocked. Each day, more and more people are joining the ranks of pro-Hamas. I mean, if I was Jewish in this country, I'd be concerned. I thought it's a slam dunk. People are going to be for Israel, but man, why are liberals abandoning Jews? That's what I want to know.
And yet Jews will typically vote liberal.
No one's been able to tell me that. Why is that happening?
But why is that hatred just accepted? That's the part that, you know, the hatred between the groups. I don't. Because the squad.
If it was a black-white thing, it sure wouldn't be.
That's what I'm talking about. You know,
What's the difference?
Yeah. What is the difference? Because the squad members come out sometimes with their
well, look at what Ilhan Omar was freaking ranting about the other day. I don't see where she's got any path.
I didn't see where she had a path to stay as long as she did, but she's, you know. But it's all the colleges even, and, you know, what was it, Harvard? The 30 groups in the college signed a letter supporting Hamas?
Oh, I was talking about Nikki Haley.
Oh.
I just had her on the screen there.
She's not bad, you know.
No, she's not bad, but I don't think she's got a path to get there, man.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Raylyn, what's going on, Raylyn? What's happening?
Hi, I haven't spoken to you since February. I was supposed to get into a new apartment and start over, even though I had to come up with my own deposit, which was $2,000 and $2,000 to move.
Now, as I remember, you were on Section 8 renting from
Baker School apartment.
Yeah, and you were getting spider bites. You were disgusted with it. And then Deputy Doc, did he help you at all?
No, sir. You told him to call Section 8 and to see what they had to say about everything. And I did listen in on that call as he let me, and they refused to talk to him, saying that I didn't have a HIPAA form. That was their way out.
HIPAA for Section 8? Come on. So he did a three-way call with them, trying to get them to talk about this. So whatever happened, did you leave this, or you still?
What happened was I had to come up with the deposit and the moving charges to hire people as I'm disabled, and I moved into supposed to be a new place, and the landlord or the Section 8.
Well, hold on. Are you in a new place right now?
Yes, sir. I've been at Riviera since February 28th.
And is it also Section 8?
They did take my Section 8. I don't know if they're all Section 8, but I know they accepted my Section 8.
So you're back. You're in another place, another Section 8. What are you calling to?
The day I moved in, Tom, the day I moved in, I ended up going back to the office, and I called the Section 8 lady, and they both were in front. One was on the phone, on speaker, and the manager was standing there, and I said, you both lied to me. I told the office manager.
Well, hold on, though, but right now, are you okay right now?
No, sir.
All right, hold on. We'll come right back. I thought she said she was in another place.
That's what
And that they took her Section 8.
That's what I got. Yeah, I missed it too.
So call John Fuller, and you'll notice the difference right away. John handles each and every case personally. You get his personal cell phone number and attention.
How many weeks has it been?
4.5, 5.
At myaccidentlawyer.co.
I mean, it's significantly better than what it was a month ago.
Is it?
But they're looking 2 to 3 months of rehab.
John believes each and every
Just now starting to do like different strength training with stairs and stuff, goes up and down stairs, but just like one step at a time.
myaccidentlawyer.co, where you're not just a number.
Such a bizarre thing, though. I mean, I've talked to, you go to PT and there's everybody has the same scar on their leg, so you get talking to everybody. One lady had her knee done, and she was like, this is magic. This was absolutely the best thing I ever did. 6 months later, had the other one done, and she's regretting it. She's 8 weeks into rehab and fighting it. Same doctor, same surgery, same.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan lost a third bid to become House Speaker.
It's a robotic surgery anyway. The doctor really doesn't have a lot of input.
Meet today to discuss the path forward. Critical aid into Gaza still on hold on the southern border. Israeli forces say it carried out airstrikes targeting Hamas terrorists in North Gaza and Lebanon, where Iranian-backed Hezbollah are based. ABC's Martha Raddatz says concerns of a broader conflict
kind of set myself up to fail because I was like, 2 to 4 weeks tops.
These missile launches come as the U.S.
We laughed behind your back.
Well, I only listened to the people who had really good results. I didn't listen to the other people,
Well, and because Mark and Suzanne said that they had never heard, they had heard of very few people who had successful stem cell with their knees.
Yeah.
And dude, it was one of the greatest things I ever did.
Yeah, no. It's everything's so hit and miss. Because there's a guy that I knew who had stem cell he tried on his hips a couple times and ended up getting the joint replaced in his hip. But yeah, and that's what Tom was surprised, because when I went, my knees were so bad, he's like, there's nothing we can do. He was honest about it. He said, dude, you're it's not magic. I mean, they got something.
The only thing I wish is that when I got my stem cells is that he would have told me, don't do anything you normally wouldn't do. Because when you first get it, it gets that, and they inject it back into that joint. It acts like a lubricant. Everything feels great. I'm like, yeah, this is a wonder drug, man. I'm going to have to put it in my cock. But after about 2 days, that wears off, and then I was in such excruciating pain. Everything was swollen up, and my leg was locked. So.
See, when I got cortisone a couple different times, and the first time it was that way, my knees felt like I was 20 years old. Oh man, let's go climb a mountain. Let's go put a roof on the house. Let's, dumb shit. But, yeah.
And my dorky dad hat, and
And they even told me, just take it easy.
Friends. They'll love it. Seriously? Why? Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes.
So Tommy was in hot heaven last week. He was able to get, it was just me and him here.
Okay.
So he got, you know what kind of pizza he got.
Yeah.
He got half of it.
Oh, it still goes on the other half, man. Yeah, once you put it on there, it's done.
The non-smoking.
Exactly, at the restaurant. Yeah, it's no.
I was giving him shit. I said I was.
Well, Suzanne reached out to me.
He was confused because I said, Tom, Jeff doesn't like anchovies. Yeah, I thought that was you. You know, we had a good laugh.
I choked down 2 pieces.
Yeah, no, I know. But I was trying to rescue you in case you didn't say anything. I was like, it's me that likes the anchovies. Jeff doesn't. You can see the look of his face, like, well, he ate them.
Well, I wasn't going to be rude. If I can eat beetles and grubs, I can eat an anchovy.
First grub that I ever ate was tough. Kind of twinky feeling when you bite into it. You know, taste wasn't terrible, but the mouthfeel is a little hard.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. If I'm ordering DoorDash, grubs ain't gonna be on the menu.
No, they don't come on the side. I'm certainly not going to starve to death if I can.
No.
You know.
No.
That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer. Now,
impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Some usual slowdowns throughout the Denver Metro as we rapidly approach the Friday noon hour. I-25 northbound looking at speeds in the 30s and 40s between Alameda and Colfax, just west of there. 6th Avenue eastbound. Watch out for that usual congestion on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Southbound I-25 slowed itself between I-70 and Spear. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, sunny skies out there today with a high of 83 degrees for the warmest day throughout the rest of the week. High of 77 tomorrow, high 78 on Sunday. Then we're going to see some temperatures drop into next week. The current temperature is 77 degrees with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
As the leads change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
Do you want free Grainberry cereal for a year? Hi, I'm Peter Harris, and I'm giving you a chance to win a year's supply of Grainberry featuring our incredible Onyx worm. Everyone who enters will also receive a $2 coupon to use on any Grainberry cereal. Grainberry multi-grain flakes, honey nut toasted oats, even our delicious cinnamon.
This is that thing that Mark went crazy over trying to get his free Grainberry.
I got one.
Did you get it? Yeah.
I never ordered it. Stephanie must have done it.
Oh, yeah?
And it's actually pretty damn good.
I bet, yeah.
It's really good, but
It's still cereal, I mean, isn't it?
yeah, but I wonder if it's true that it doesn't raise your blood sugar.
Well, that could also be off of the argument. I mean, you made the argument that fruit doesn't raise the blood sugar, but it does.
Yeah. It raises fructose,
Right.
not glucose. I know.
So
Oh,
I bet
never
they're
thought
using
of that.
they're using the same.
Yeah, that's so misleading.
Presented by Wind River Spas. When you build and price a Wind River Spa, our team gets to work. Designers draft plans, engineers run tests, and our back end puts it all together. The spa you want is the spa we build.
station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. What's going on? How can we help you? Give us a call. You can call 303-MARTINO 24/7. You can call it 24/7 to find out how to get help. If we're not around, leave your number. We'll get back to you. That's 303-627-8466 or 303-MARTINO. Hey, if you need help with thinning hair, DenverHairClinic.com does stem cell therapy. It's been known to work very, very well. And if you need to fill in blank spots, they can do transplants. So the only clinic that combines both stem cell therapy along with hair transplants if you need it, one or both. And here's the deal. Go to DenverHairClinic.com and arrange to talk to the actual doctor who does the procedure. DenverHairClinic.com. Welcome. So Ray Lynn said, I called you a while ago, Tom, and I was getting spider bites in a Section 8 housing place, and I needed to move. And Deputy Doc tried to help by calling Section 8 with me on a three-way call. They wouldn't talk because he was on the line. They said they needed a HIPAA release, which I think is bull. That's just an excuse for them not to talk. Then she said she had to leave there. She just couldn't take the spider bites. She said, I think she said, she moved to another place and got Section 8. Huh? Is that what you did finally get into another place with Section 8, right, Raylyn?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What happened was I was having so many panic attacks, not wondering where I was going to go, and I kept begging her.
You're living somewhere now, right?
Yes, sir. I'm at Riviera Apartments in North Point, Colorado.
Now what? So I'm really happy that you managed to find another Section 8 place. So what's going on now?
Okay. So I moved. So it was all done in that last week. As you recall, I only had 2 weeks to find the place. So the first week I was in the hospital, and the second week I get a notification on my email from my housing, Section 8, telling me that the place that I had looked at, she went ahead and accepted it, as I had nowhere else to go because I had only looked at one apartment. And I said, I didn't look at it. I just told you about
Raylyn,
it.
I don't understand why we're going over this. You said you're in a place right now, right?
Yes, sir. Listen, as the day I gave, so she said she did the inspection, and all was cleared by her on February 26th.
You mean in the old place?
No, in the new place. Section 8 inspects prior to you moving in. Okay. If they see that it's fit for you to live there, then you can live there.
That's right.
If they
Section 8, okay, so Section 8 inspected it.
Said they did this on 226, and on 228, I came to the office here at the new apartments, and I gave them my deposit, which was the $2,000 in my portion of my rent. And they gave me a key. I never seen these apartments. I was just
and you're living there now, right?
Yes, sir.
Then why are we talking? What do you need help with, though?
Mr. Martino, the day I moved in, I opened the door and looked up at the light fixtures full of roaches. I opened the kitchen cabinets. They were crawling on the walls. This place was worse than I ever seen in my.
So this new place is worse than the one you left.
Let me tell you, I contacted Sasha, Neil at Housing, and I was in
So are the roaches still there right now?
Oh, yes, sir, and more. I even hired my own exterminator.
Raylyn, the first place was infested with spiders. The second place is infested with roaches.
I hired this exterminator, proof foolproof exterminator. In June finally, because I got sick of.
Did the exterminator work?
The exterminator that I hired put down sticky pads and catching things,
Did it work?
Pages and stuff. And what they found, and talked to me and Riviera,
Did it work?
Exterminator, and he showed them. There are roaches.
Okay,
There
Raylene.
are spiders.
Did the exterminator, did he do a good job, or is it still there?
Well, listen, because the one I hired now says, ma'am, I didn't know that you were in a place that they had their own exterminator, but I am going to show your exterminator what I found. And he stood here in front of me and showed this apartment's exterminator. There are roaches on this sticky pad.
I get it. So where does it stand right now?
Well, there's Section 8 and in this apartment figure that is their due diligence by spraying every Tuesday.
All right, we need to put her on hold. I'm sorry. Listen, I need to know, Raylene, what about today? Do you still need help getting rid of roaches? When she can answer that question, I'll go back to her. I swear I will. I just need to know where it stands today. Rick? What's going on, Rick?
Hey, Tom. Hey, I have a 2004 Subaru Forester that about a month ago, and I'm assuming this probably has something to do with it. I let it go pretty low on gas to where the light came on and everything, but I didn't run out. But ever since then, when I fill up the tank with gas, I have a trouble starting the car.
So it was, okay, the first thing was you got low on fuel, the light came on, you did not run out, but you said after that it was hard running after you had to, after you now just fill up with gas regularly, is that right?
Correct.
Now, what are the symptoms right now? What are the symptoms when you fill up? What happens?
The exact same thing happens, but it's only when I fill up. So it's
but what happens?
Starting.
What exactly happens?
It just sits there, and normally you just get the little and that starts. Well, this now it goes and then I stop it, and then I start it again. It goes and then eventually it starts. But then it runs like crap. I mean, so bad that the car is shaking.
And it only happened after you ran low on gas that one time.
No, it happens every time I fill up now.
No, I know, but it started after you ran it low.
After that, yep.
How long did you have the car before that? Before the problem?
Oh, I've owned it for the last 2 years.
Okay. And then the problem just happened how long ago?
This was about a month ago.
Okay. All right. And you connected to running low.
Yeah, that's what I assumed.
How many miles on this? How many miles on it?
175,000.
All right. Hold on, and we'll come back to you and try to figure this one out. It could just be a coincidence. I don't know. Some people say there are no coincidences, but we'll figure it out.
Evaporative purge valve.
Mm-hmm. What's a purge valve?
The evaporative purge valve.
Where is that located?
It's in what they call the evap system, the vapor system.
Now, why would that suddenly
It gets stuck, and then it'll pull in raw fuel into it instead of vapor. And
how does it get stuck from running low? Can it?
It may be
probably 175,000 miles actually.
Yeah. Just coincidence.
So where's that? So that valve is on the recirc?
Yeah. So it'll be mounted up on top of the gas
Why is
tank.
there a valve there?
You have a check valve so you can't get.
GiantGeneral.com. Remember that website, GiantGeneral.com. Go to the website, learn about the app, Giant General. In fact, download the app. I did. What it gives you are bathroom templates. Why do you have those? Because if you want to do any kind of renovation in your bathroom, you can get a template close to yours. For example, if you have a shower and a tub and a toilet and a sink, that's a 4-piece, right? You can do a template similar to yours and then plug in different toilets, showers, wall systems, mirrors, light fixtures, whatever, and you instantly get a price for materials where they tell you where to go to buy it. And it's free of charge, this app. And then you can edit the template and find out how that affects the price instantly. You can even get a price on getting a reputable contractor to finish the bathroom or a do-it-yourself project. If you're thinking about a bathroom and renovating, this is a fun app, giantgeneral.com. Guys, pizza's here, you know. Thank you, Kevin.
Of course.
I thought it was my turn, though. I really thought it was.
That's all right.
I didn't even know you were doing it. Thank you.
How long there, Cassie?
Go ahead. I'm just hobbling for different reasons now.
How'd you know it was a bear?
Because they have
Oh, the camera.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Plus, it ripped the refrigerator apart and pulled all the cupboards off the walls and everything else. But by the time they got there and discovered the water was on, they had 8 inches of standing water in the house.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Listen, I'm telling you, on this Subaru, Rick, both guys, as soon as we went to break, said, it's your
the evap purge valve.
So is that a recirc valve?
Yeah, it's part of the recirculation system. So it's part of your emissions, and what happens is you'll get raw fuel as opposed to vapor, and it will cause a hard start. It can cause stalling. So, but at 175,000 miles, it was probably just the straw that broke the camel's back.
He said that it was probably ready to go anyway. No. And how can you clean that out, or does it have to be replaced?
Most times you replace it.
Yeah, is it expensive?
I would say under $100.
If he does it himself, you mean?
Little more information is I did have it in the shop last week, or about a week ago, and I think that is what they replaced. It was some type of evap solenoid and the charcoal canister, because they said charcoal was coming out of the canister. It didn't fix the problem. The very next fill up, it did the same thing again. So I don't know, maybe the part could be bad, I guess, that evap solenoid, I guess.
It's possible. Have you also tried just going to like 3/4 of a tank and see if you still have the problem?
No, I have not tried that.
That would be the next step.
So why have they changed it, though? Is it still acting up?
Well, there's more than one valve. They may have not changed to the correct valve. Or something. I mean, it's hard to tell what repair they did, but yeah.
Yeah, this was like a little black box with 2 hose connections coming in, and then the electrical connection coming to it.
Yeah, this sounds like those coming off the purge canister.
Yeah.
And we see those go bad commonly for people who will sit there and continue to pump.
Click. When
it clicks off,
I know. That's right. People, that's a good thing to remind people of.
Don't do it.
When you fill up and it stops, stop it. When you keep going click, 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 what happens? Tell them, guys.
You're actually getting raw fuel into the canister, the charcoal canister. It's there. It's designed to absorb vapor. And when you get that raw fuel in there, it's not going to ever get rid of it. So you're building a potential bomb under the car.
303-713-8255. So I hope that helped you, Rick. Raylene, on the rental, I need to know. And again, we have time for other calls, 303-713-8255. Let's go to Raylene back again. So, Raylene, here's what I need to know in order to help. You're in a new place. You say it's infested with cockroaches. It's pretty disgusting. What I want to know is this. Are they doing anything at all to help?
Well, Section 8, like I said, when I tried to tell them that they did not inspect, and I hold them accountable for this, they said, Raylene, do you want us to do what we did just now, break this lease, and you'll have to come up with the money again to move? Is that what you want? So they kind of threatened me with that.
They said, wait a minute, you just move, Raylene. If you keep complaining, you're going to have to move again. But my question more has to do with this. Is the landlord doing anything to get rid of the cockroaches?
Well, between Section 8 and Riviera, as long as they come every week and spray, that's all they need to do. So basically, whether they get rid of the bugs or not, it doesn't matter. As long as they're spraying, they're doing their job. So Section 8
Oh, I see. So all Section 8 requires is that they keep treating, and you're saying that's not good enough.
Correct, because I can't live here the whole year before I pay it back the credit union for this deposit. Living like this, my stuff is outside. And furthermore, I'm living out of boxes. And what I did get rid of from the last place, I'm living in an empty apartment. This isn't living.
So what do you want?
So to prove to everybody that I'm not lying, I hired my own exterminator. They found several bugs in here.
Okay, so your exterminator, does he say it's possible to actually get rid of them?
He said to me and that exterminator here that the only way you're going to get rid of this infestation, these roaches are coming from other apartments.
What is the only way? What is he recommending you do?
That whole building needs to get sprayed, and obviously they're not willing to do this.
So are you ready to move again? I don't know what else we could...
Well, that's what it came down to, Mr. Martino. I made so many complaints, that housing lady won't answer my calls anymore. So I told her, you're responsible for this. I lost all my money because of this, and this is what you're going to let me live in. And so now I've gotten a hold of a director finally last month of housing, and I told her that I held them accountable, and I want them to help me move where I can live. I'm now got kidney failure and cirrhosis, and my doctors aren't happy how I'm living.
Okay,
And
listen.
they said,
I don't
"Brandon, we
think
broke
I
your
don't
lease."
listen. I don't know what we can do to help you. You're saying that the landlord needs to treat the entire building, right?
Well, they had chances too, and they said that according to them, that's all they had to do was spray.
Well, that is all they have to do.
Well,
there is no magic. I mean, you're saying they need to spray the whole building as opposed to spraying just
my unit.
Your unit. And they're not spraying the whole building?
And when you tell somebody that your house is infested, you think that this exterminator would spend an amount of time and have me and my dog removed. That's how little he sprays. He's never asked me and my dog to leave like most exterminators. And I've told him that you must be using the wrong spray or not spraying enough because it isn't touching any.
Can you do me okay, look it. I don't know what we can do about it. Honest to
Mr.
God.
Martino, I've taken pictures.
All right, hold on. Hey, Kachina, have her email us some pictures and also contacts that we can call. And let's start there. This is like Raylene, you the spider bites first time, cockroaches now. I'm not sure. I want to make sure it's real. And maybe the name of her exterminator too. Have her email us that. I want to talk to her exterminator. Hey, Tom, you have a question on passports. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, recently you had problems getting a passport.
Yeah,
I was wondering
I wasn't having problems. I discovered right before a trip that I did not have that it had expired, and I had to get a new one pretty quickly. That's what I discovered.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the problem I'm in also.
How much time do you have?
I have until December 15th.
Oh, you're still pretty good. Okay, you can go. I'm going to tell you, you can do an expedited passport service. Not a service, but you can go to the Lyman post office because there's no wait for appointments. You can go online, schedule an appointment for probably next week. And then the guy there is a really nice guy, the postmaster, takes the picture, processes the application, and you pay for expedited shipping, and you'll have it within 2 to 3 weeks. Now, there are places that do it way sooner than that, but it's a weird situation. You have to show that you're traveling. I don't want to wait till the last minute. And those really, really, really fast expedited services, sometimes you have to show your travel plans ahead of time and why you need it. And I just wanted to do something live and local. So I went to the Lyman literally Lyman, Colorado. I drove out there.
Okay.
And he told me a lot of people do it. But make an appointment. And the good part about Lyman is not many people want to drive out there, so you can almost always find an appointment. They have everything there. He packages it all up for FedEx, and you pay him right there, or expedited mail, whatever it is. You pay him right there, and then you get it. It shows up, and it's perfect.
I appreciate that.
Now, you might want to I think you can fill out applications online, and then that'll help you when you get there. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He does a market valuation of your home right down to what he believes he can sell it for, and he sells it faster and for more money, and he gives you a really good sense for what the market will bring if you use Team Duran at RE/MAX Alliance, and it's free of charge. There's no obligation to list. 303-920-1622.
She mentioned she's got cirrhosis of the liver.
Oh, God. I got all kinds some other shit, too. I mean, every time I turn around, it's a different problem.
I mean, short of alcoholism and hepatitis, what else would give you cirrhosis?
Actually, you're right. I've never heard of any I never heard of livers having cirrhosis without drinking. I wonder if it's possible.
Hepatitis can do it. I know that.
Okay.
But
so listen, there was somebody on the air right there being interviewed, a representative from Florida. She's a congresswoman. Have you ever seen her? I want you to Google her. Anna Paulina Luna. No, she's not there now.
Oh.
Anna Paulina Luna. Just Google her. And look at photos. American Restoration 24/7 is the place to call if you have a property catastrophe, a fire, a flood, a broken pipe, asbestos, black mold, something that needs to be mitigated, dangerous substances stopped in their tracks, and then they help you rebuild from there to the extent you want them to. They'll do as little or as much as you want, but here's the important part. They are absolutely, positively the experts you need to call. Do not, please, have the wrong company come, even if your insurance is covering it, because once they cover it, that's all they do. They pay, and you're done. So if you get the wrong company, you're screwed. American Restoration 24/7, 8337-AMREST. That's 8337-AMREST, or online, amrest247.com.
Former stripper, and she was in Sports Illustrated.
Is she a former stripper, really?
Yeah, she's pretty.
I knew she was absolutely gorgeous, but I didn't know she was a fucking stripper. I didn't know that.
What did Mark and Suzanne do with their dogs for 2 weeks?
Sometimes I got a neighbor that watches after them.
That's hard on, I imagine, the dog 2 weeks. You know.
I know that
because your kids
visited their daughter before they left, so they may have dumped them off of her.
Mm.
And then they've got another place that they do boarding.
I just think it'd be hard to board a dog for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
My girlfriend won't go anywhere because of the dogs. She just, so your daughter can stay here, house sit for a couple of days or something.
Yeah, my son's done it for me.
Yeah. Whatever.
Well, we're going up hunting, so, and I have to go to that fucking wedding.
Yeah.
So I've got nobody else to watch the dogs but my son, if he's hunting with us.
Oh.
So he's going to take them up with him on Friday. And then I think he's only hunting the weekend. I'm going to come back to work for the weekend and come back the following weekend. So he'll probably just leave the dogs with me.
Weekends and stuff you can finagle, but 2 weeks, that's a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for lunch, man.
Of course. Yeah, I got to try one of the hot pepper ones. Try one of the hot pepper ones and milk before.
You know when you wake up and your mouth feels gross and you just can't wait to brush your teeth to get that clean, fresh feeling again? That's exactly how millions of Navage users feel when they use powered suction to rinse out their noses every day, just like brushing their teeth. Once you're able to breathe deeply without congestion, you never want to be without it. That's why So many people rave about Navage with over 100,000 online reviews. Feel the Navage difference for yourself. In less than a minute a day, you'll feel immediate relief from seasonal allergies and congestion after the very first use. Navage will also help you sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthier, naturally, without drugs. Start breathing clearly again with Navage. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, and online at Navage.com. Navage. Navage. Clean nose, healthy life. Hi, once again, Walmart Irritability. How about timely getting the old gassy irritability one right? Call us for details on spectacular home improvement. They have frequent clearance and services, and 2rinternals.com to set up your right-price system. The iHeartRadio app and the NFL right in your pocket. The home of the NFL Podcast Network, covering all 32 NFL teams, plus all the expert advice to win your fantasy league, and of course, live NFL games. Now it's the iHeartRadio app today. You can never miss an episode. The roller coaster stock market continues its subscription up Tuesday. This last market volatility is very encouraging. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Integrity.
I vote for her for president.
Yeah.
Complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
It's got to be something to have those looks and brains too.
God almighty. But really, she was truly a stripper. That disappoints me. She
was a stripper and she did some stuff with Sports Illustrated.
You should have paid way through law school or something, you know.
She's married to a special forces guy.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Catholic in the afternoon. 630 KHOW Denver.
I mean, I saw her on there and I thought, that is very unusual. That is like way unusual. I mean, she looked literally like she stepped out of a magazine. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Lumberjack's on the line, or that's what he calls himself, Lumberjack. What is happening? What can we do for you?
You know, and it's second nature.
Hello, are you there? Jack, Lumberjack, Lumber,
Mr. Lumber,
Mr. Wood. Sir? He hung up. Maybe that's not a real name. But in any case, call us back, Lumberjack, if you need some help. All right? 303-713-8255. Now, I have a question for you. Have you heard of the gas station pump switching scam? There's nothing elaborate. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, you really kind of have to not pay attention to fall for that, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
yeah.
So what it is, I think, what you're saying. So what it is somebody offers to pump your gas for you. That's how some of it starts. There are some other ways too. So they offer to pump your gas. So if you're a woman, this usually happens to women, especially older women. A younger man will say, "Hey, ma'am, I'll pump your gas for you." And that's it. So they pump your gas. And then they go back and they put it back on the pump, but they don't put it all the way in, so they don't stop the transaction. And you're in your car. You already prepaid, remember? So you say, "Thank you, young man. Bye-bye." And you take off. Then he pulls the thing out of it, the cradle, because it's not completely seated in the cradle. He puts it into his car, and bam, continues to fill up. That's pretty smart.
Mm-hmm.
God, I mean, think about that. That is pretty smart. So it's a very simple thing. They don't put the cradle back. They don't put the gas, the handle back fully into that cradle, which automatically stops the transaction.
So you don't get a receipt or anything. Yeah.
No, and a lot of people don't care about receipts, so you prepay, you're about to pump and a man comes up and says, "Ma'am, I'll pump that for you." You get in your car, he pumps it, you're done. He puts it back so you think, you leave, and then he pumps it into his car. Now, it's obviously happened enough to where law enforcement put out an alert. But how do people find out about it? I mean, maybe they look at their bill and say, wait, I didn't get that much gas, did I? I don't know. That's maybe one.
That'd be about the only way.
Now, there's something else I want to it's Lumberjack. I'll take Lumberjack now, and then we'll go to this other one that is incredible. Lumberjack landscaping, what's going on?
Yeah, 2 years ago, October, we had a company.
Hey, can you
called
pump
LMB
up his volume, or is it me? I can't hear him very well. So 2 years ago, what happened?
October, we had a company called LMB Decorative Curbing come do 555 feet of curbing at our home.
Wow.
And yeah, that's a little bit, right? And
550 feet.
Roger.
Okay, what happened then?
Turning around my shop. Well, then I paid them on the spot, which I was hesitant to do because there was already issues with it. The woman promised me she would take care of it in 2 weeks.
What
2
were the
weeks never
issues?
came. It was already sloughing off. There was already cracks. They hadn't even left the job yet.
Was this the kind of curbing where? Is this the kind of curbing where they do? They extrude it out of a machine.
Roger.
Okay.
And then they put a color. It's a color, and
That's right.
they put a print on it.
Yeah.
There you go.
And what? Okay, so what's the problem now?
Well, the problem is I just paid $1,800 to have the stuff fixed because they never came back, ever.
And
so,
why? When you say 1,800, what did you have
Roger.
done? Did you have it redone?
I had a different company, a fabulous company, who I did with a handshake, and it did a great repair work. It cost me $1,800.
How much did the original curbing cost?
Over $7,000.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so now they are such a great company. Now I know the Better Business Bureau is just a good old boys club. They no longer even exist on there. Now, if you read the reviews on that, which I did not do beforehand, the fellow is a veteran-owned company. The young man is a veteran because I saw a picture of him getting an award from his grandfather, who was a general in the Air Force. And that's pitiful to me because my father was in Korea, my brother was in Vietnam, my great-grandfather.
Well, what kind of warranty did you have? What kind of warranty did you have on that curbing?
Oh, 1 year, which they would not come back and do anything with. So anyway, just so that people know, that is not the best company to use if you have a choice. That's all I wanted to say.
No, and I don't mind. I don't mind considering them for the Sleaze Brigade.
Yeah, put them on the top of the list.
What I'd like to know, and by the way, sleazebrigade.com, I put a bunch of new people up there. Do you have any pics, or is there any place I can get pictures of the owner?
You can go to their website and find them.
Okay. And the website is what? Do you have it offhand?
LMB Decorative Curbing.
Oh, it is. Okay. I'm going to look for it. And I thank you for letting us know. You know, this is how word gets around.
Yeah. It's not, and I had, we live in Elizabeth, and we've had to have some roofing done, siding done because of the hailstorm on June 22nd this year. So anyway, just thought I'd let you know.
Thank you. I'm gonna look into it. Really,
spend your money.
L&B Decorative Curbing, he said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys found it? L&B Decorative. I'm gonna look for it and see if I can get pictures. Now I'll put them up even if I don't have pictures, but it's nice to expose pictures. L&B Concrete Landscape Borders. Could that be it?
It's very similar. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's the only one I'm seeing. He said it was decorative something or other. L&B Concrete Borders, it has to be.
Well, and they tout the veteran-owned down on the bottom of the page.
Yeah. L&B, I'm looking for their actual website, though. It's lbconcreteborders.com, I believe. But I don't know if I see any pictures here of them. Maybe if somebody can tell me where to get a picture of these people, that would help. Yeah, the pictures they have on their website look pretty good. Wait a minute. They have a picture of my house. Wait a minute. This is the house I used to own. They do. They have a picture of a house I used to own. I wonder if they did work for me. I wonder. That looks like a house I had. One of them on their website. I don't want to... Because I noticed the side looked the same. I wonder, seriously, I'm wondering if I ever did business with them. 303-713-TALK is our number. 303-713-8255. That's definitely a picture of a home that I owned. And they don't mention me, thank goodness. And I don't know, you would think they would come back and do warranty. It says warranty here. And if you look at it, it says, if you choose us, basically, it says here, you have a 2-year warranty from the installation date against defects in workmanship and materials. Wow. And he said he called, and they never came back. That's too bad. That's too bad. That's L&B's Concrete Landscape. Do you think it's the same company? I mean, is he there? Are you still there, Lumberjack? You still there? Hold on. I can't.
I'm here.
All right. Listen, L&B Concrete Landscape Borders is what I'm seeing.
That's the one.
Okay. All right. And it's 303-690-2872. And they say they have a 2-year warranty.
Well, yeah.
Okay. A 2-year warranty. And one of those pictures, I don't want to get detailed, but it looks like...
None of those pictures are my home.
Yeah, one of them looks like mine. Did they ever mention me when you called them? They didn't, did they?
No, but they have a really fancy 5-page welcome brochure, a 5-page contract, blah, blah, blah. And the fellow I did the rework with, I did it with a handshake. He was fabulous, and he calls himself Concrete Curbing.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm glad you like the one that you got. That's great after that. But, people beware of L&Bs. And if anyone knows how to get a picture of these guys, thank you very much. I lost control of my phone, by the way. I can't put them on hold. I can't pull them up. I don't know what's going on with my phone all of a sudden. But anyway, we have more coming right up. I'm just rebooting. I'm rebooting. It just locked up. So I just replugged it in. We'll see. I think it works now. I would vote for her to be the House
Speaker, yeah. You get to see her every day in the news.
theartofgranite.com, that's the website. And I'm going to give you the number. And you're going to be able to get a price on the phone for your countertop, whether it's granite or quartz or marble or any other material. Because that's what they do, granite countertops or marble countertops or quartzite. And they give you a price on the phone. They tear out and haul away free. And They do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen, or they'll give you a free kitchen sink. Give them a call and get your price today. I love the fact that they love their deals so much they'll brag about them on the phone. 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Anti-Israel protests across the world.
Mm-hmm.
That is shocking. Is everyone forgetting how it started?
I know, right?
And people were blaming Israel for the attack, like because
of their oppression over Gaza.
Oppression.
Yeah. Like, nope, I don't think so. And they complained that, how come you're not giving them food and water anymore? Well.
Yeah, they bombed us. Did you get your chili made yet?
My green chili?
Yep.
I've made 2 batches.
Cool.
So that should last us. I told the wife I'd make a third, because that's probably only going to last us
Okay, so
June or July.
You've heard of the squad. She was going to be known as the bod.
I didn't see on there. How old is she?
I don't know. I was just.
Yeah.
I actually don't know. Oh yeah, there she is with the swimsuit thing for
Sports Illustrated.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. She's for real, man.
She was in the military.
Yeah, Air Force.
Rides motorcycles, shooter. In the military. She. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, so we talked about gas pump switching, where you go up and they offer to pump gas. But there is something that has me excited, and it's a charger for your house for electric vehicles that works. It is ingenious. Since it's car day, I want to talk about it. But first, I'll take Judy. Judy wants to talk about what, Kachina? There you go. An issue with the iPhone. Hey, Judy, I hope you're not calling about the iPhone 15.
Nope, it's 7. It's an old one.
Oh, my God. It's so old. How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. So what's going on?
I'm old too, so
am I.
My problem, it does everything wrong. It drops.
How long have you had it?
I bought it just before COVID started, the weekend of when COVID started.
Hey,
so that
are you
was
sure
what?
it's not the hardware itself? I don't want to joke so much about being old, but seriously, it is old. It's an iPhone 7. Could it be the hardware,
Right.
or do you think it's your service?
I use consumer cellular.
What kind of problems are you having?
Number one, it drops calls. Number two, when you're on a call, it will go beep, 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 and numbers keep appearing across the screen.
That's hardware.
And
That's hardware. Yeah, it's your phone. It's not your service for sure. Something happened to it. It sounds like water, but did you ever have water damage?
No.
And did it happen all of a sudden? This started happening.
To be honest, at this point, I don't even remember. All I know is that it does crazy things. It has a mind of its own.
Right.
Sometimes I will be on a call, and all of a sudden somebody will be talking over on another call. I haven't done anything. When I use it, 99% of the time, I set it on a desk, and I do it on speakerphone.
Have you thought about getting, I mean, you can get a pretty cheap 8 or 9. I mean, there's so many generations better than that it's almost not worth getting that fixed. I'm really serious, Judy. Have you thought about replacing it? I can tell you how easy it is if you want to hold on. We can talk about doing it a very easy way. Plus more. 303-713-TALK.
Yeah, my neighbor, we did his driveway and put a heated grid under it, electric grid. I've never seen that before. It's crazy looking.
And they don't even have to get that hot. It keeps it from accumulating too.
Yep. Yeah, because he's got northern exposure in the winter, so he's got about 8 feet of driveway, never melts.
In a major blizzard, I think you get some buildup.
Yep. Just enough to keep it moving.
Randy,
But this whole grid that they put down on there.
Yeah, Randy up at Wrangler Tire in Granby did that outside his shop.
Yeah.
Problem was that when they laid it all out, they actually made some bad choices where they slanted everything, so he actually made an ice wall.
Oh, no.
So where he had to get in and out. I don't know if he ever fixed it. I haven't talked to him in years.
Well, his slopes, he should be all right, but I was surprised.
Well, they had slopes, but they had to drain it away from this place over here. It had to go over here. So it ended up, it sloped, but then it stopped.
It froze.
He's like, oops.
Well, it's going to be strong concrete, though. I mean, the rebar and then this grid that's in there, I mean, the concrete's never going to go anywhere.
Now, former-head of Shin Bet, Israel's FBI and Security Cabinet member Avi Dichter, telling Hamas and Islamic Jihad has...
He had a kid out there yesterday zip tying a lot of it to the rebar to get it, in place. And I asked the kid, I said, don't you think you should trim the zip ties? Because they're all sticking up. They're out there at 8 o'clock last night with a flashlight. They poured this morning. I was just trying to be helpful.
My son was sick because you were talking about getting a 15, right, Tom?
You ordered the 15, didn't you, Tom? iPhone?
Did you get the titanium? Don't drop it. They're having problems with the backs breaking.
Serious?
Yep.
Yeah, I got a protective case and a front case on it, a front lid on it. I mean, I love the phone, but I don't really notice anything right now except the camera. I mean, I guess it's faster and all that shit, but
hard to tell.
I got it mainly for the new charging, the C. I can charge it with anything.
The little
USB-C,
plug, yeah.
as opposed to the other one. And also, I kept a 13, and the only reason I went to a 14, and I went to a regular 14, not the Pro Max, because my 13 just broke, and I didn't want to get a fancy 14.
Get your flashlight on.
Yeah, so.
For more information on Nickel Adopt, visit adoptuskids.org, a public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council. Say howdy side 103. At First Phoenix in custody after police say he brought a gun to school Thursday. School staff received a report of the student in possession of a firearm. The school was placed on lockdown. Police arrived at the school.
Yeah, looking at the weather, I thought we're supposed to have like a hard freeze next weekend.
I was talking to, I've got one of my landscaping fleets. Was in with a truck yesterday, and they're already starting to warm that up. It's already going to be above freezing.
40s, not even warm.
Yeah.
I mean, just because I already scheduled the guy to come out and blow out my sprinklers, and I'm kind of like, maybe I should postpone that.
Why? Why would you postpone? All the grass is starting to go dormant.
Oh, her gardens and shit that she has is going to. Somebody's
Carry
going to
your
be
own
out.
water.
Somebody's going to be out there. The things that I do.
Go get her a. Well,
We got a long hose.
Twisties. Run a hose out to it.
Yeah, she can just water because the grass it's not growing much.
No,
anymore.
it's dormant now.
Yeah.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Your usual minor slowdowns throughout the Denver metro for the noon hour.
They're saying we're supposed to get more snow than we did last year. And we had a shit ton of snow last year.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I don't know. They can't tell the weather on Friday. How are they going to tell in 6 months?
Farmer's Almanac's usually pretty good.
Farmers, yeah, surprisingly.
Further east for folks leaving the airport, Canadian Boulevard southbound, slow driving between the airport all the way to I-70. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 83 this afternoon, overnight low of 44. We're going to start seeing temperatures drop throughout the week to a high of 77 tomorrow. The current temperature is 77 with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 King. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, instead of a tape measure and screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Broncos fans, get ready for game day at Bullseye Event Group's Broncos VIP Tailgate, presented by BetFred and home of the Broncos Game Day broadcast. The Broncos VIP Tailgate is 3 hours prior to kickoff before every Broncos home game next to Empower Field at the Mile High Monument. Bullseye Event Group's Broncos VIP Tailgate is open to all ages, features all-inclusive all-you-can-eat food by Food Network celebrity chef Aaron May, and premium open bar for 3 hours. Come early, watch the games, and start your
Had to do my first colonoscopy on Monday.
Yeehaw.
The colonoscopy wasn't a big deal.
No.
No, it was not. It's that prep. That prep.
What did they give you to drink?
They didn't even give me something to drink. They gave me these things called Sutabs. So, like 12 hours before the surgery, I was supposed to take 2 laxatives and 12 of these Sutabs. And they're fucking horse pills, man.
Yep.
These things weren't easy to swallow. Thank God. They told you to take them 5 minutes apart. Don't rush them. Okay, so I didn't. I didn't want to find out what the hell was going to happen if I did. And then a couple of gas picks, and then I had to do that again in 6 hours after that.
Yep.
I'm sorry. When it comes to the prep, 1 star, man. Do not recommend. I didn't sleep. Let's see, because I got up Saturday morning about 4 o'clock, or Sunday morning about 4 o'clock, so I didn't get back to sleep until about noon on Monday. Because sedation doesn't count as sleep.
No.
Although apparently I was up for a lot of Monday. I only remember like little blurbs of it.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. We got Kevin Calkin with us from Sheridan Auto Tech, and we have Jeff Vick with us from Kimmer Transmission. And we left off with a call with Judy on an iPhone 7. She's having issues. Sounds like it's some kind of moisture or water damage. Could be anything, really, with that old of a phone. But what she is talking about has very little to do with the carrier. I believe it has all to do with damage. And with those older phones, it's almost never worth repairing. So many people think they have to get the newest, and you don't. You can go up a generation. You can get them very inexpensively online. Judy,
Yes.
did you ever try Consumer Cellular? Do they have an update program?
I never thought of it. Okay, so call them and ask.
Here's what you ask them. You ask them if they have an upgrade program to get you, because they offer some pretty good programs, but I don't know if they work like, they have like a special thing, just phones for seniors, by the way, and they're discounted phones. With the iPhone, you have a 7. You could go to an 8 or a 9 or a 10. I mean, you can go to any one of them. You don't have to go right to a 15. You can just get 1 or 2 generations newer, a brand new phone, or what's called refurbished, and you can get a pretty good price. I mean, they're very reasonable. Or you can buy them online, and if you went to Amazon, for example, and bought one, you could do that. But you have to make sure it's compatible, and I'm not sure which system Consumer Cellular is, but it's easy to find out. For example, on these phones, okay, you can get them for a little over $200. You can get an iPhone 10. Is
okay.
That in fact, on iPhone 8's only $100. On if you go to, and these are not even, okay, fully unlocked and renewed. So that means you can use it with your system. But like I said, I'm not sure. Consumer Cellular is the same as, I think, Verizon. So you would have to get a phone, I think. We'll find out. Let me find out for you. Verizon is a standalone one. Consumer Cellular is not. Okay. Okay. It says Consumer Cellular piggybacks on Verizon through, oh no, excuse me, piggybacks on T-Mobile. So who's T-Mobile? Is T-Mobile the same? I'm trying to find out if it's what system it is. Okay. 2 different networks you could be on. It's AT&T and T-Mobile. So you need to use the one, I don't know which one you have. I really don't know. You have to call, here's what you have to do. You have to call Consumer Cellular and ask them which network you're on so you can buy a replacement phone. They may have some good deals for you, or if you find out, for example, it's an AT&T network, then you go and find a phone on Amazon that's comparable to AT&T. Do you have an Amazon account, Judy?
I did. I don't anymore, but
well,
I only had it when there was need for it for a short period of time, but I do not order things, so there was no need to have it.
No, I understand. But they still have your name and password on file, or you can just say you have a lost password and they'll send it to you. All I'm saying,
I don't have a clue on the password.
No, I know, but here's what you would do. Never mind. Usually what you do is go on with your email and then say lost password, and they'll send it to you. Because once you have an account, it never goes away. But in any case, or get a friend that has an Amazon account. And what you want to do first is find out what network you're on, then find a compatible phone. But the good news is these phones are going to be very low priced. $100 or $200 for a newer phone. And when they're called renewed, they're guaranteed to. They're good to have. Don't even mess with your old phone. Kachina, if she needs specific help, let us know. But right now, I think that I gave her enough to at least start on. All right, so I was talking about, and by the way, we're taking phone calls, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Or please remember, with any problem now or in the future, you can call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. So, this charger is called Emporia. Now, the Emporia charger, here's what's ingenious about it. It is the most ingenious thing I've ever heard of. Picture a charger. Usually, you have to have a charger at home that's compatible with your electrical system. Mm-hmm. Some people will only have a 15 amp available. Some people might do a dryer plug, they call it. No matter what, you're only going to get a certain amount of energy from that charger, okay? And if it's just 110, 15 amp, it'll take you sometimes 24 hours or more just to get a little charge, right? This new charger is remarkable. It connects to the main cables coming into your breaker box. The main legs, okay? That sounds weird, right?
Yeah, it does.
Why does it connect to your main leg? Because it has a computer that it goes through. So picture this. It goes to the main legs. In other words, all the power coming into your house. Now, most houses now have, 100 amps at least, right? Or more?
Yeah.
Okay. It has a massive amount of power available to it, but it doesn't take all of it. It's a computerized smart charger. So while it's connected to both legs, it only takes as much as is available. But think about that. If you're not using your dryer, air conditioning, if you're not using hardly anything in your house, it's all diverted to the charger for the time the power is available. So let's say you have the smart charger in and your electric car charging. Your electric car is going to charge really like a supercharger almost, really quickly. Now let's say you don't have anything running. That's how it'll charge. Let's say you plug in your car and later that night you turn on the dryer. It automatically cuts back the power going to the car. So it's a charger that takes whatever power is available and diverts it to the charger. As much or as little as a 15 amp or as much as a supercharger. That's incredible.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, it's really cool because you think about this overnight at your house.
There's nothing on.
There's nothing on.
Yeah.
Your car will charge in a few minutes. I mean, it's remarkable. It's called Emporia. Things like this is what's going to happen as more and more people electrify their cars, if you ever want to think about that. And I found another article that I found very interesting. But anyway, that charger, Emporia, if you need it. Okay. Do you know that there is a special code in the IRS that allows you to rent out your house tax-free? You do not pay tax on the income. I'm not kidding. You do not pay tax on the income. It's called a master's exemption. Now wait till you hear why it's called a master's exemption and how you get it. You will be shocked. Isabel, what's going on with you? Hello, Isabel.
Hi, I'm unable to get homeowners insurance.
And why is that?
Well, okay, in 2019, I had a house in Pueblo. I got a roof put on there. Okay, and then I moved to Denver. I have my insurance agent actually filed a claim without my knowledge. It was closed, but it's still on my record.
Hold on. Okay. So in 2000, let me get this straight. In 2019, you had a claim, and then you had a second claim on a house in Denver.
Right. That was closed.
I understand.
But-
I understand. When did you have that house in Denver claim?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I have more than one claim.
When did you have
See,
the next claim? After the one in Pueblo, when did the next claim come?
2023.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the one, she filed it 3/7 of 23, and it was closed. If there was no payout, so I reported.
Now, wait, what
331.
kind of claim doesn't have a payout? Help me out.
Okay, the one in Pueblo in 2019, they paid for a roof.
I got it.
Okay.
What about the one in March of 2023? They didn't pay for anything? What was the claim for?
Okay, that was for my garage, and I don't know what it was. 3/7 of 23, and my insurance, she did it, and I don't know what.
Well, hold on.
Filed the claim.
But Isabel, for someone to file a claim on your insurance, you called that someone. Why? Someone didn't just get up one morning and say, "I'm going to put a claim on Isabel's house."
Right.
So what happened?
Yes. Okay, well, I've talked to her all the time because she was kind of like a friend.
Isabel, so you had a friend that put a claim on your house.
No, she's an insurance agent.
Okay.
She's an insurance agent.
And what happened?
Oh, okay, well, she filed the claim. It was closed.
Why did she file a claim on your house? Was she your insurance? Listen, I don't mean, Isabel, I'm just trying to get basic information. This woman put a claim on your house. Why?
For my garage, the roof.
Okay, so you called and said, I had a garage problem, or what? How did that start?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And she was your insurance agent.
Closed.
She was your insurance agent and a friend, and you called her and said, I need a roof on my garage, and then they came out to make a claim. Is that what happened?
She filed it, but it was closed. So 331.
When you say it was
I
closed,
filed, and
did they
paid for
replace
it.
Isabel?
I know, but you're not listening. If
No.
you just give me.
Isabel,
please
the
give me
reason
one
I'm not
second.
listening is because
In
you're
the
not
month
making sense, Elizabeth.
I know,
I mean,
but if
Isabel.
You let me finish.
All right, go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish. She closed the claim. Did they put a roof on your garage or not?
Yes, when I filed the
You said they didn't pay anything. It was a no pay. So they put a roof on your garage and then closed the claim?
Oh my God.
You know what? I'm not talking to you, okay? Unless you can explain the problem. Okay, I'm going to let you talk right now, and I'm not going to interrupt you. Go ahead. Tell your story.
Okay, 3/7 of 23, she filed the claim. It was closed. 331.
She keeps saying it was closed, meaning you have to tell me it was closed because she replaced the roof.
No. Listen, please let me talk. Okay, 3/7 of 23, she filed it, but it was closed. I wasn't aware that she filed it. So 3/31, that same month, I filed and the roof was fixed. Okay, so in June, the 21st of 2023, I filed for my house for hail damage. They fixed it. Okay, so now I'm unable to get insurance because they're saying I have too many claims.
That's right, you do. Now I need to ask you,
She
why
said
was the
that
roof?
she was
I
gonna
need.
have one taken off.
Listen, Isabel,
The one
I need
that
to.
he did-
Isabel, I need to ask you questions now. Why was the first claim in March, on March 7th, 2023, why was that claim opened and then closed?
I wasn't aware she filed it.
Okay. She must have filed it because you called her and it was opened and closed. I need to know why it was closed because they're considering that another claim. According to you, they only paid for a roof in Pueblo, then they paid for a roof on your garage in March, and then they paid for hail. That's 3 claims, okay? 3 claims and you're out. They're considering you had 4 claims, even if it was closed. And here's why. If you call an insurance company about damage, if the company does not pay out, but you called about it or she did it, it's still considered a claim. So on your Clue report, it shows that you have 4 claims, all right? You need to know that. And that's why you can't get insurance. However, even if you had that one taken off where they did not pay, you still have 3 claims, and that's why you can't get insurance. But there are special companies that will give you insurance, but you're considered a high risk.
Okay.
So I need to talk to Compass, if you hold on, and we'll let him figure out why you can't get insurance and what it will cost. What was your insurance carrier? Who just canceled you?
Safeco.
Safeco. Okay, hold on a second, all right? And we'll come back with our insurance expert. You know, I people think that makes sense when they say, I filed it was closed. It was closed.
That makes no sense,
But
yeah.
it did make sense. But now it makes sense because she said, no, I didn't know she opened it. I didn't know she closed it, so I opened one. I mean, but it's not so fucking self-evident when you're trying to solve a problem. We need to get Compass, if you hadn't heard it. We can get them on, please. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies can help you with a retirement plan. Now, you may think I have a plan because you have a 401k or an IRA, maybe a SEP, a pension, but those are not plans. Those are payment methods, but you can't just draw out the money because if you do, you're going to run out. What about investments? Do you have investments? What kind of investments? Do you have the right kind of long-term care insurance or any kind of insurance? What about an estate plan? You see, all of these things go into a retirement plan, and that will help you get it together and have security. And only Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies looks at all of the elements and then recommends where you're weak and where you're strong and what you need and what you don't need. And it's all done for very small fees. Usually they're built in, and the fees are very small compared to what they save you in time and money and energy. I know because I'm using them, and I urge you to meet with them. rpcenter.com. Get a true retirement plan. Get peace of mind. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. Hey, if you're moving into a place or moving out of a place, you want to spruce up a place, it doesn't matter. You can get window coverings through Made in the Shade, a one-stop shop. And I say that because I know there are a lot of people advertising that you should do it yourself. That's crazy. Do you know not all window openings are even fully square? Some of them are off by just minute amounts, and it makes it difficult to hang window coverings. But Made in the Shade will do it all. They'll measure and estimate for free. They'll help you buy the right stuff through a designer. And then when you get the right stuff, they have their in-house installers make sure they're hung perfectly. They guarantee all of their labor. And of course, you get all of the warranties from the major manufacturers as well. Made in the Shade. Call them for your shades, blinds, shutters, high-tech, low-tech, cell phone apps. Whatever you need, they have. 720-458-6566. 720-458-6566. Is Compass not available? Okay, fuck.
Had to replace the microwave at the cabin. It's a pisser because it hardly ever gets used.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's 4 years old, but all in combined, maybe 2 months worth of actual usage.
Yeah, they usually last longer than that.
Yeah, it was in the middle of a cycle one day and quit. It's like, well, we can get it fixed. It's $500 for another one. Yeah. No, I'm just going to get another one. I love it when they add, the extended warranties and all that shit. Did you ever see the deal with John Panette when he's getting the toaster and they offer him this extended warranty? It's like, would you like the extended warranty? It's a toaster. No, if it goes bad, I'll spring for the other $45.
Is it Walmart or almost everything you buy they offer you an extended warranty.
They do it on Amazon and stuff now too.
Do they? Yeah. I got mad at Amazon. I bought some dry rub from a brand that I like from somebody I've never bought from. And when I got it was all crusty. It was all hard in the jar and everything else. But in Amazon, and it didn't really make it obvious this is a non-returnable. I was like, what do you mean non-returnable? It's a sealed jar. It's not like perishable or something. What the hell?
It got moisture in it. So.
Somehow.
The extended warranties. When Rat Bastard was just a puppy, I don't know what it was, but he loved TV remotes, man. I went through more fucking remotes because of that dog. Damn. Come home and I'd put them up places, he'd find them, or you'd forget about it.
He'd find it on the couch.
He chewed other stuff too, but the TV remote was definitely the king of the crop there. So I was constantly going, I just replace it with a $25,
Yep.
Would you like the extended warranty? Lady, the dog's going to have this thing eaten by the
probably
end of the
not
week.
covered. Yeah. Dogs are funny with that.
Yeah, the wife's getting pretty pissed off at Sedell because she keeps stealing shoes, and it's always her shoes, and it's always the left one.
Yep. That's what I was going to say. I got a dog. He'll always steal slides, sandals and stuff. But only the left.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Brian Burns is with us from Compass Insurance Group. And then I'm going to talk about renting your house out tax-free. Isabel has a situation here, and we run across it now and then, Brian, but she had 4 claims recorded on her property within I think 2 or 3 year period. And it started with a claim in Pueblo for hail. Then she moved to Denver, and her garage got pelted, and her insurance agent opened a claim and then closed it. And then when she found out about that, she had to get her roof done, so she opened another claim. They were both in March. One was closed, one was open. And they replaced her roof again in this house. And then she had hail damage after that. So there's 4 claims in all. One of them was opened and closed without payment. I don't even know why that happened, but that doesn't really matter. What does it take to be canceled? Is Safeco canceled her? Is it because she had 3 claims, or would she have been canceled if that 4th one wasn't on there?
I would bet the 3rd claim would do it, Tom, honestly. If it's 3 claims in the last 3 years or whatever, I think at that point it's going to be the same result whether it was 3 or 4.
Now, is poor Isabel supposed to not use her insurance? See, that's what we're all puzzled about. She needs homeowners insurance. And Isabel, are you being turned down all over the place?
Yes.
Like, who did you try already?
Well, my insurance agent has been trying. I don't know which companies. She just calls me every day and tells me she's turned down again.
And your insurance agent, is she an independent agent?
Yes.
So
she handles...
She's running Safeco. She's going to be independent. where you have to do in this situation. It's called excess lines. It's non-admitted carriers that aren't governed by the state of Colorado, and that means the price is going to be higher. But that's the direction she's going to go. No admitted market is going to write it with 4 claims, especially right now. Insurance companies just are not aggressive in wanting to write business right now in Colorado. It's just been a really, really
and
tough
especially
year.
Multiple claims. Now, Isabel,
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
What were you paying before? Do you remember, Isabel?
I paid $220 a month, but that's for my house and 2 vehicles.
Okay, now
Coverage.
Is your home the only one being canceled? Your vehicles you still have, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So $224 a month for 2 cars and a house. Brian, so do you know what portion of that, Isabel, was your house?
I don't.
Okay. Brian, do you have any idea, Isabel, how much is your house approximately worth?
Probably maybe 450,000.
Brian, do you have any idea, just roughly, what that would be with a high risk carrier?
I mean, obviously this is just pulling it out of thin air, but just out of experience, I would guess she's probably going to be looking at something closer to $5,000 to $6,000 a year. So
oh my God! Wait a minute.
$400 to $500 a month. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Oh my God! Did you just say it could be $5,000 or $6,000 a year?
Yep.
I'm on SSI. There's no way.
Yeah.
Isabel, is your house paid for?
Yes.
It is paid for. Okay. I'm not. Now, obviously, I would never, ever, ever, ever in a million years tell you to do this, but there is no insurance required when your house is paid for. The only people that require homeowners insurance are lenders. But Isabel, how old are you?
61.
Damn. When are you going to be 62?
I just turned 61 in September.
Because a reverse mortgage, because all you need on a reverse loan, I would never tell you to get a reverse loan just for the hell of it, but it would be enough to pay for insurance for sure. For sure, you would have enough to every year pay for insurance for the rest of your life. But you have to be 62.
I have a year to wait.
And I was trying to think, Tom, if maybe we could find a policy that cuts out some of the coverages that, the problem is, though, if you take away hail coverage or you do a really high deductible, if something happens, she's not going to be able to afford it. So, I don't want to set her up for
but
failure,
hold on a second. But hold on. What would be wrong with a high deductible? And if she has a massive loss, it would be worth getting it paid. And if she has a minor loss, she could decide not to get her roof fixed. I mean, just for a year, if she's got to get through to 62. If she has, let's say she has a $500,000 house and she's 62, she'll be able to borrow in the future a line of credit that grows every single year. See, this is one of the times when a reverse loan makes sense. Even if she can only get 30% loan to value, okay? Let's be really stupid. 20% loan to value, okay? When she writes this, that she can get $100,000 in a line of credit. But here's the best part, Isabel. If you only use enough of that to pay for your insurance, you don't have a house payment, you don't have to pay on the reverse loan. Every year that line of credit grows to where you can borrow more if you have to. It will easily keep up with your insurance. That's all I'm saying. If you did that, if you could just wait a year and get a reverse loan, that's the way to do it. I'm not kidding. And this is one of the few cases where a reverse loan would really pay off in your case. And you're not going to lose your house. You can live there the rest of your life. And by the way, Isabel, if you need extra money later on in life, you'll have it available to you, and still you won't lose your house. But Brian, to get through the next year, she would need to have some kind of catastrophic coverage. That's
Right,
what she needs.
right.
Isabel, I don't know if your insurance woman is capable, if she knows about this, but are you willing to talk? And I'm not trying to drum up business for Compass. Truly, they seriously, are not on this for this. But if your insurance agent can't help you, you need to get something to stem a year, and then get a reverse loan, and then start buying normal insurance again through your reverse loan. That's how you get through this time. Now, hold on a sec. We have a comment real quick. Shoot, I just disconnected Brian. Phil, you have a comment. Go ahead.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
It's Phil.
Can you give me a quick comment, Phil?
Yeah, I had 3 claims within a year on my insurance. I was canceled. I went to, I think it's the same insurance company she's with now, or was with, Geico?
No, she wasn't with Geico. She's with Safeco. But hold on, man, because I got to take a break. See if we can get Brian back. We have to try to help. We really have to try to help her. 303-713-8255. God almighty.
God, what a jump.
Oh my God, 5,000 or 6,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even imagine.
And she's on SSI. Good luck.
Yeah, but you sure don't want to risk it for a year, you know.
I don't know, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Let me text him and see if he's available.
Okay. Everyone needs an estate plan of some kind, even if it's a simplified will. But what if you have a more complicated estate? Then you need maybe a will, maybe a trust. You need a way to pass on your business. You may want to transition your business, sell it, or leave it to an heir. Whatever it is, Keel and Park can handle all aspects of an estate plan to give you peace of mind. Keel and Park. Now, both of those words are spelled the common way, except with an E on the end. Keel and Park. 970-818-8198. 970-818-8198. lawkp.com. That's Keel and Park. They can help you avoid the problems that face people without a good plan. So please contact these trusted attorneys that we use as our experts for estate planning. lawkp.com. Hey, One Clear Choice Garage Doors can do your garage floor doors, and they can do them with expertise. They come out 24/7, by the way, if you have an emergency and can't get the door closed at night or you can't get it open. They do broken springs. They do openers, any part of the door, any part of the track, any part of the rollers, whatever it is, they can do it. And they have all of their prices on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com. Give them a call for trusted garage door service, 720-370-3987.
She said she owned her home, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Outright.
If she could take out a decent-sized HELOC and at least keep that open in the event of a catastrophe.
She has no income.
Yeah, just on the SSI.
She has no income.
He's available. You want him?
Yeah, I can't promise I'll get to him, but yes, I do.
Okay, I'll let him know.
I still am behind a break.
like brisket? Yeah, doing a brisket this weekend. I always thought those were intimidating until it's a lot of time, but you don't actually do anything.
One of these days I'll learn how to smoke, and I'd like to learn how to smoke.
Yeah, it's really pretty. Just doing it. It's like brisket. It takes about 24 hours to do it right.
See, and that's why I don't do it.
But you put it on at 8 o'clock at night, go to bed, crank it up in the morning.
What are you talking about? Oh.
Smoking a brisket. And then...
I forget where I put my glasses half the time.
No, I set notes on my phone all the time. I'm not... Because I'll do that. Did I put that on at 10 o'clock or did I put that on at 9 o'clock? Shit. But it's not like baking a cake. I mean, it's rough, you know.
I just got a text. Come to my house tomorrow night for a slumber party. Who the fuck?
PJ's option?
From a 209 area code.
Where's 209?
I don't know. What's 209?
Florida?
Who?
Florida?
Flo?
No, California.
California. With cell phones anymore, who knows? You know.
Oh, I know. It used to be if I saw, an out-of-state number,
I wouldn't even answer.
Yeah. Well, now the guy could be sitting across the table from me.
Yes.
Same thing with spam calls. Since they go over, no, I got to pick it up.
Yep.
Because I used to ignore them, and then I realized one day, wait a minute, that's Eric over at Elizabeth's Aldo.
We get one every single day. It doesn't even ring. It just goes to the voicemail and leaves a message.
Who is it?
It's some spam thing. Press 2 to remove, and this. And it's just, you know. And even those annoying salespeople you try to avoid, they're spoofing their number for a local number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. We're back. So during the Masters golf tournament, people wanted to rent out their primary residence and make a lot of money on the golf course. They get thousands and thousands of dollars for a night or for a week. And so Congress actually passed an exemption for the IRS to use called the Masters exemption. So if you live in an area that has a special event, it doesn't have to be that special. Whatever the event is, if you can rent out your primary residence for 2 weeks or less because of an event, the income is all tax-free. It's called the Masters exemption in the IRS code. Look for it.
That's a little hokey.
It's weird. It's
is.
true. Now, let's talk Isabel. I want to talk to Mark Massey real quick with Empower Reverse Mortgage, empowerreverse.com. Mark, this is a situation. She's 61 years old. Her house is paid for. It's worth roughly $500,000. She can't afford to pay her insurance. It's going to be $5,000 or $6,000 because of 4 claims. Now, she's not 62 yet. She doesn't have a lot of income. What can she do to stem the time from now till she's 62?
Well, in Colorado, you can still do a loan at 55. So she qualifies for that, and it's going to be a private lender program, similar to like if you were talking about like you have conventional mortgages.
So she could qualify for a reverse loan, but I need to ask you, because we're running out of time, is this going to be incredibly expensive compared to a regular reverse?
No, very similar, Tom. Very, very similar. It's just not the FHA product.
So what percentage can she get of her home?
It's going to be very similar of what it is. She's 60, so I mean we're probably down around that 30 range.
Okay, she's 61, but let's say her house is worth, Let's say her house is worth $500,000, roughly, times 30% loan to value. She could get a $150,000 line of credit. She only needs $5,000 or $6,000 for her insurance.
Right, and we can do that at closing. We can pay out the insurance.
And then if she wants to, and if she just wants to use it for insurance every year, the amount she can borrow still grows.
It does. Not as high as the FHA product, but it does still grow.
So she'll be able to have an emergency line of credit no matter what.
That's right. And then we could also, as it goes down, if it makes sense to switch over to the FHA product, once she gets 62 or above, that becomes on the table just when it makes sense.
Hey, and Isabel, remember, you may want to look into this for now and the future in case you ever need emergency money. And I would never recommend this if you didn't need it. But I'm not saying you should do it, but you should look into it because your insurance is going to cost you $5,000 or $6,000.
Yeah, and you sure don't want to, have something happen to your house.
And then you have to pay your taxes too. Remember that, Isabel. And let's say in the future you need an emergency fund, you'll have it available. I'm going to give you Empower Reverse's number, and then Kachina, would you make sure she gets that off the air? And it's 720-500-7719. Hey, Isabel, thank you very much. Even though I didn't understand your story, you told a perfect story. Thank you very much, okay?
Okay, you're welcome.
All right. Now you hang on and make sure she gets that number. Brian Burns, are we missing anything?
Nope, I'm with you. She just had me come back on because I disconnected. But yeah,
okay.
No, you said it just right. And I would tell her agent just to look for non-admitted markets, and if she needs help, just let me know.
Yeah, and I wanted to go to Phil, but Phil, what company did you end up with after you were nixed out for too many claims? What did you end up with?
I went with Safeco.
Well, Safeco just canceled her.
They would not. Tom, I get pissed off when you...
You know what? I'm running out of time. Get pissed off all you want, bro. Get pissed off all you want.
It's been a day for it, hasn't it?
Look. Damn.
Quick comment.
You should feel bad, Tom. You just pissed people off.
I mean, Jesus Christ!
Don't piss him off.
Fucking talk!
Don't piss off Jesus Christ, man. That's not a good idea.
Just fucking talk!
I get in trouble like that on the phone. People just like back and forth. It's like, talk. Well, don't be rude. Well, I said I can hear you 7 times. Talk.
Or when they ask a question and they won't shut up.
Yeah.
After you question, pause.
Yeah, breathe.
I will answer.
He gets pissed off because I won't let him take 6 hours to say a fucking statement. Fuck you all.
Are you talking about
Phil?
Jesus. Yeah.
Uncle Phil.
You know what? If you want to sell your house, a quick way to do it is HomeVestors. That's right. One phone number. Now, I know you've heard a lot of people saying, we'll buy your house, we'll buy your house, we'll pay you twice, we'll pay you 3 times, we'll pay you 6 times. Here's the bottom line. Just call them and get a bid. These are people I've known for many, many years. They bought thousands of homes. Hey, you may decide to sell your house conventionally, but if you don't want to wait for loan approval or anything else and you just want to sell and get a check, why don't you call HomeVestors right now and see what they offer? You have nothing to lose. It's a phone call. 800-44-BUYER. If you're going to do it, at least call them too. 800-44-BUYER.
Yeah, but the people of Augusta.
I was getting out of control. I'll admit I'm out of control today. Fucking out of control.
Yeah, the people of Augusta did a lot of powerful lobbying.
Yes, they did. But there's some powerful people doing some powerful lobbying. The money. Yeah, you're talking about $10 million homes on a private golf course.
For the typical home, they range from $6,000 to $11,000 a week. If you have a larger home, $25,000, $30,000 a week.
Mm-hmm. And the last people that need a tax break on their rental stuff are the people who have mansions on Augusta. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But who gets to benefit from it? You and I. So if they're gonna hold a concert,
Yeah.
rent out my house, then great.
Yeah, but you got to qualify. I'm sure it's 17 different ways before they'll give you the exemption. It's not so. I don't know
What is a special event?
Yeah.
The kids next door had a birthday party.
Yeah. They had a clown. That was pretty special.
It's like when they first opened DIA. Remember, you used to have a certain amount of time to get through the toll plaza and it was free.
The text.
Yeah, you can.
Leave that little Chicano lady alone.
But there was a guy that, because I think he had like a 45-minute window, if I remember right, and it was still free to get outside the toll plaza. There was some guy that was sitting in line, and he was there like with 10 minutes to spare. And the line took so long that by the time he got up front, he had to pay the $2-3 whatever the heck it was. And he argued that was the line. Well, he said, screw it. I got the money. I got the time. He sued DIA over it. So he sued him for his $3 and to change the policy.
Wow.
The master's exemption.
It's also known as the Augusta.
The Augusta exemption too. Yeah.
Oh, you look. I wonder if I can rent my house out every year for the Gay Pride Parade. Just.
Well, you can use that because I've got a URL to sell for that. Because
Denver Trans.
I've got DenverTrans.com. So we could make this into a business.
Be a good way to launder money. Just say, I made $1 million.
Mm-hmm. Tax free. That's where that money came from. See all the articles, people going after the employee funds, all that fraud and all that stuff with that.
For ERCs.
So, yeah, that was such a pathetic joke when it.
And all the people were advertising here on this station, too.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't. They wanted me to endorse one. Somebody did. I said, no fucking way.
I got calls from several people.
I still get them today.
Telling me that they know they can get me through.
Oh, and then they take their 20%. Then
20,
you take
30%.
Then when you get
take
turned
it up to, yeah.
And also, if you get the money and then you have to amend your taxes, your gain is a wash.
It is. All your taxes, you got to go back and amend. And if they find fraud, you got to pay the whole thing back, and the 30% guy has disappeared.
Who got an announcer? Never mind. Just announcer.
Oh. Sounds like a Muppet.
Well, Kevin McCarthy took how many votes to get through? 15? 16 or so? It was a lot.
Hi, Tom Martino. When Jeff Vick's not here, he's at Kimmer Transmissions. TransmissionsDenver.com, 303-693-1400. SheridanAutotech.com is Kevin Calkins' hangout at 303-455-7242. So don't doubt me. If you can rent your house out, it has to be your primary residence. It has to be for 2 weeks or less, tied to an event. It's called the Master's Exemption or the Augusta. They call it the Augusta Exemption as well. Is that what this is called?
Yeah, the Augusta.
So it's an exemption written just for those rich fat cats down there around the golf course.
Yep.
But now everyone can use it. I mean, I wonder who thought of that, saying, hey, give us a tax deduction, or not a deduction.
Exemption.
Give us total exemption.
They had a big lobbying group behind that to get it through. They paid a lot of money to get that exemption to go through.
And it's not just for the Masters now. As I said, they have to do it for everything. So if you want to rent out your house for 2 weeks or less tied to an event, You can do that. I wonder how strict they are on the event itself. Like, does it even have to be an event? Well, I mean,
how big an event, or how do
I don't
they qualify?
even know, because it just says allowing people to rent out their homes for 2 weeks or less and pocket the income. It doesn't really say it has to be an event. So does that mean you can, for 2 weeks a year, you can rent out your house,
Supposedly.
or better yet, launder 2 weeks worth of money and call it rent? Think about that. You make some cash, you claim it was rent for your house for 2 weeks, and you don't pay tax on it. Did I just give someone an idea?
You just got put on a list.
Uh-oh. I hope not. Anyway, thanks, guys, for being here. I'm Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Remember, my don't give a crap attitude is growing, and I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. We love people. We really do. And we help you. So call 303-MARTINO 24/7 for your help and leave a message, and we'll get back to you.
I think I'm going to rent out my house for my neighbor's quinceañera.
It was crazy. I pissed a lot of people off.
No, you didn't. You actually, this has been a really crazy week with just callers that have been sad.
Did you go yet?
No, next week.
Next week?
Yeah. Unit 43.
So.
Next week what?
High altitude, bro.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. My buddy from Kentucky's coming in next week.
Tell him to start drinking water now.
Yep. Bro, he's supposedly been training all summer. He just usually pretty good. No, I'm horrible. I'm 0 for 3. I'm 0 for 3. Yeah.
You know the difference between a moose and an elk, right?
I do know the difference between a moose and an elk. Yeah, thank you very much.
You'd be amazed.
Don't pay